like to convene the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for May 9th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Present.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
And Councilmember Tanaka. Here. All right. For the record, all present.
Thank you. And our first item tonight is a closed session, a conference with the city attorney regarding existing litigation, the subject of which is Julio Arevalo versus the city of Palo Alto. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Yes, sir, we do. One moment.
And our first speaker is Arb James. You're welcome to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How are you this evening? I hope you're.
Oops, we'll try that again.
Looks like he muted himself.
Dude, how's that? Any better?
Yep, go right ahead.
Okay, I hope you're doing well. So this case should settle for the asking price of $10 million. One, because if you look at the tape, I guess they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a video in this case is worth 10,000 words. It was a brutal slam down by somebody that I suspect was fired. He's been relieved of duty, that's for sure, and is no longer with the department. That's Thomas DiStefano, who had repeated brutal priors, something that I'm sure the court and the lawyers for the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Arevalo, are going to stress to the court. But also it's for deterrence purposes. This isn't by accident that this happened. This is because of Chief Bob Johnson's lack of leadership and, might I say, also his boss's failure to learn anything about police practice. And I'm talking about the city manager at Chicada. He's not bothered to learn anything about police practices. He's chosen to just, turn a blind eye repeatedly. And and partly the city council, you all have not done anything to discipline him or the police chief, or better yet, to fire both of them. Let's start anew. So, there's something in the law. You've probably heard the Latin term res ipsa loquitur. Well, in this case, they can, what did Bob Dylan say? The act speaks for itself, but Bob Dylan said, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. And in this case, you don't need a bunch of fancy lawyers for the police chief and Thomas DiStefano to tell you what you need to do with this case. Just look at that brutal video. Put your son or daughter in the case, in the place of Mr. Arevalo. You would then say it was worth $10 million. That orbital area around the eye was badly damaged. I don't know what the medical costs will show. But in addition, he was unconscious for a period of time. There was no drug deal going down. They claim they had probable cause because DiStefano, who liked to lie a lot when he was with the police department, claimed that he saw a drug deal go down. Well, the surveillance tapes, of course, showed nothing of the kind. So again, you have an opportunity here to settle this case for $10 million. I know if I was on the jury and I knew the money was coming out of my pocketbook as a taxpayer, I'd pay it quick, fast, in a hurry, because you want to do the right thing. You want to make certain that Chicada brings in the 3 finalists this time, so we don't get another individual like Rob Johnson. And look what the Daily Post had to say about him today. None of it good. They endorsed Sean Allen, quite a gentleman and somebody who has a wealth of knowledge and law experience for our next sheriff. Bob Johnson got what he deserved in the Daily Post today. In any event, go in and settle that case for what it's worth, $10 million, and be happy it's not more.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. So we will now return to the council for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All right. And if we do not have any council comments on that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac. Yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we will go into closed session. We anticipate returning at approximately 6 o'clock. All right. So we'll now reconvene the open session of the City Council. And we have concluded a closed session item with no reportable action. And so we now proceed to a special order of the day, which is Affordable Housing Month. And do we have a recipient here?
When I miss a morning meeting. Sure.
We do. Director
Leslie.
Late will be introducing the individual who is on the Zoom call to receive the
Oh, great.
presentation.
There we are.
Thank you, clerk.
So I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas affordable housing is a basic human right, and yet each year thousands of Silicon Valley families and individuals struggle to find an affordable home in this expensive housing market. And whereas the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has continued to exacerbate the existing housing and homelessness crisis, and whereas many Palo Alto residents who were feeling financial stress during the COVID-19 pandemic continue to struggle with dramatically rising living costs and struggle to pay for their housing, and whereas the process of economic recovery will be gradual, Palo Alto must put the constant need for new affordable housing development, preservation of existing affordable homes, and protection of its most vulnerable residents at the center of its recovery planning to promote the stability of its community. And whereas the city has implemented meaningful actions to alleviate the crisis by establishing a safe parking program, funding teacher housing, and continuing to support fair housing services. And whereas many organizations throughout Silicon Valley are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing to all members of the community, these organizations, along with the local agencies and community members, have organized Affordable Housing Month. Now, therefore, I, Pat Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Palo Alto to call upon our community to support affordable housing solutions and to recognize the successful efforts of the City of Palo Alto and its partners who seek to improve access to affordable housing in Palo Alto. Thank you. And so we have a representative here.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. We have Kate Blessing Kawamura from Eden Housing, who is on the call.
Welcome. Would you like to make some comments?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Kate Blessing Kawamura, and I'm an Associate Director of Real Estate Development at Eden Housing. Eden Housing is a nonprofit developer of affordable housing that got its start with a small group of volunteers in 1968. Our mission is to create and sustain high-quality affordable housing communities that advance equity and opportunity for all. We serve very low, and moderate income families, seniors, veterans, people with physical, mental, or developmental disabilities, and the formerly homeless. I want to thank City Council and staff for their enduring dedication and commitment to affordable housing in Palo Alto, including Mitchell Park Place, Eden's proposed mixed-use development with 50 units of affordable housing and office space for Ability Path just next door to Mitchell Park. I'm honored to receive this proclamation for Affordable Housing Month on behalf of Eden. I hope you stay tuned for Affordable Housing Month activities and events throughout Santa Clara County during the month of May to celebrate the remarkable work being done to build equitable, inclusive, and restorative communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak to this? We have one in chambers. I don't know if.
Okay, on this topic of affordable housing, I'm on the streets quite a bit. I live in my car. And I have to say, your affordable housing is not working. We have people all over the place pushing carts with their meager possessions, and we have people living in RVs. And the main thing that government is doing to help these people is attack the victims, attack the homeless people with things like this. I've spoken about this before. I think you should re-examine your whole philosophy. For one thing, how can a person get into an affordable housing program when the minimum wage is so low that you can't even rent a small room? You've got an impossibility here. I view this affordable housing thing as one of the smoke screens that government has put up time after time, trying to hide its incompetence, trying to create the illusion that government is doing something and fixing something. It's not working. What you really need is a campground to house people in tents and RVs right now. You don't need years spent on a program that is not working. I'll speak to you again in a few moments.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
Okay, well, I can't say it much better than my friend Linda Jolly, who, our friendship is only been by phone thus far, but she called me last night indicating her intention to speak on the problems. First of all, I do want to say for the efforts that have been made in Palo Alto, and I know the council has struggled to do some valuable things regarding low-income housing. I appreciate that. I'm hopeful that you guys will be able to say the R word soon enough when we develop more plans for this month moving forward. Reparations should be part of the conversation in terms of low-income housing. But Ms. Jolly has called me on more than one occasion to say if she feels like she's being attacked by a group of police terrorists by having her RV repeatedly tagged. I think the First Amendment, the right to travel, the Desert Rain case out of the Ninth Circuit makes it questionable that Palo Alto continues in its strategy to try to push RVs into other cities. Like, that's helpful. I think we need to work with Stanford. I think we need to work with people like Linda Jolly that's actually living the life. She's an extraordinarily courageous person. And I don't need to tell you how articulate she is because you've heard her tonight and before. So what can we do to do more is the question, while also being proud for what we have done. I'm hopeful that when Ms. Jolly speaks about what she's told me is basically a terrorist campaign being, and I'm not a precipient witness to this, so I can't speak to the truth or the falsity of it, only what Ms. Jolly has communicated to me, but that it's basically police acting as little authoritarian tyrants and harassing the people that are living in the RVs and tell them they have to move every 72 hours. Like, that's a smart environmental move with the cost of gas skyrocketing. Then when they move to another location close by, they've burned all that gas. When we've tried to pass an ordinance, maybe we already have in the city, not to keep your car on when you're stopped so that you're not further polluting the area. And I know we've pushed very hard in the city to get rid of the gas blowing leaf blowers that people use for their yards. So in any event, congratulations for what the city council has done, but we can do a lot more. We're one of the wealthiest cities of 60,000 on the planet, and trying to push RV dwellers out when they're already desperate and very, very vulnerable is just extraordinarily ugly. And I think it not only the First Amendment comes into play, but the Eighth Amendment ban on cruel and unusual punishment. So let's do better, and congratulations on what you've done so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do any members of the council wish to speak? If not, I will just add a couple comments. And thank you for Katie from Eden joining us. We've appreciated your projects in the city over the decades. And for those who aren't familiar, we have moved aggressively over the last months to create a transitional housing project and submitted for a state grant in collaboration with the county and with Life Moves. And we recently received encouraging news that we believe that we're in line to receive that funding in short order. And then the council also recently increased the commercial development impact fees to fund for affordable housing. And lastly, we have the prospect of a business tax ballot measure, which the council has indicated a strong inclination to using a significant portion of those funds toward also expanding our affordable housing funding mechanism. So we hope that we're going to be able to further accelerate our projects in the community on both transitional housing and long-term affordable housing. And we look forward to collaborating with all the partners in the region who are working with us on these efforts. And I think that concludes this item. So our next item is agenda items, changes, additions, deletions. I do not believe we have any. And now we'll move to public comment on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And so any members of the public who wish to speak on items that are not covered by other agenda items are welcome to sign up. All right, our first speaker is Linda Jolly, to be followed by Aram James, to be followed by Jeff Levinsky. And welcome, Ms. Jolly.
My phone number is 650-630-3021. Any communications are welcome, because this thing is going to escalate. Your programs haven't worked. One of the fallacies is that you don't realize how many homeless people there are out there. You're never going to be able to house them. When the Opportunity Center was planned, they planned it for 89 people, and they wanted to give each one a large apartment. They did that, and guess what? There's still thousands or millions of homeless people out there because those 89 units aren't going to cover it. Okay, in my experience, your government plans are full of holes, you're full of illusions, and you need to re-examine and get the facts. The government has not been able to house the people and will not be able to house the people under the current theories, but the people have created housing for themselves in tents and RVs and back alleys and so forth. You don't want that, but it's happening. Vehicles are the way of the future. Now, instead of helping these people, you could, for instance, you could provide RV parks, which have worked. You could help these people. Instead of helping them, police abuse is being used to suppress and drive these people perhaps into their graves. Officer Twee Lamb took this notice and hid it in a crack of a friend's RV, so the notice was not seen for several days. And by then, my friend had a citation. And then just recently, another officer delivered a notice to a friend's RV with an erroneous date on the notice. In both cases, these were deliberate entrapment created by the police officers to attack these people. I'm not going to stand for it anymore, okay? This officer is named Twee Lamb, L-A-M, and guess what? In the future, I'm going to tell you the names of officers who do this kind of crap. I will be contacting the RV owners, and I want this nonsense stopped. You stop attacking these people and figure out something that would work. I think what would work could be a very large campground designed to help people in both vehicles and people on foot. And I'm talking to the Bureau of Land Management right now to see if there's some space available for that. Okay, I'm very angry. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Okay, good evening. I wanted to talk with you. I filed a public records request back on April 25th regarding a request for information on the application for the next police chief, when that would open up, when the application process would close, what law firm they were using to recruit, and if they haven't started already. It was kicked back to me. today saying that because I put it in the form of a question, when will applications apply? Is the current search going, that because I formed it in the form of a question and not in terms of request for the specific documents, that the head of the HR division, I think it's Ms. Partolo, if I've mispronounced the name, my apologies. We've had some ugly communications in recent, I don't know whether this is her just trying to get back at me, but I think it's a better served that Molly Stump handle this. I'm asking for the following in terms of documents, and it seems to me, Molly, that the better reasoned approach is that the California Public Records Act is a user-friendly, and that it's your obligation when somebody, even a lawyer like me, who should know better, you just make sure that it's framed properly so I get the documents. In this case, I'd like any and all documents regarding when the applications for Palo Alto's next police chief will first be accepted, any and all documents regarding when applications for the next police chief will close. I'd like the name of the search firm that is currently, any and all documents related to a search firm that's currently attempting to recruit candidates for the next police chief. And if haven't started the search, any and all letters or documents related to when that recruitment will start and the different firms that are being considered for that, and any and all documents regarding monies budgeted for the recruitment of the next police chief. I think it's just an obstruction and a delay tactic. I think that the HR director is just trying to cover up for or obstruct on behalf of the city manager, because I've been, so intensely demanding that the city manager tell us what the process is going to be, Mr. Shikata. Are you going to bring the 3 finalists in? Okay, so now when I ask these questions in the term of a question, you have your bidding done by the HR director should properly be done by the city attorney's office. It's their obligation to make sure that the California Public Records Act is being lawfully complied with. So I'm asking that I get those documents, and not that I shouldn't have to wait another 10 days for them. Molly, you and I have talked over the phone many times over the years. Give me a call. You can reach me at 415-370-5056. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by Shani Kleinhaus. Welcome.
Thank you. We all recognize the urgent need to stop burning fossil fuels as quickly as possible to avoid triggering irreversible cascading climate catastrophes. And thankfully, the city of Palo Alto recognizes the urgency of the climate crisis and is focusing on developing policies that help residents stop burning fossil fuels. And honestly, I can't think of a dumber way to use up our rapidly shrinking carbon budget than burning fossil fuels to heat water. That's perhaps the most banal way to precipitate climate catastrophe and mass extinction, which is why I'm glad the city is focusing on water heater replacement as part of our decarbonization plan. I'm eager to support this project, which is why I decided to proactively switch out our own water heater. I've already switched to electric vehicle, electric stovetop, home heating and cooling, so this was the last fossil fuel appliance to replace. I started the project by calling the first 3 contractors on the city's website. The first suggested I install solar panels first, and in any case, he was completely out of stock of heat pump water heaters due to supply chain issues. The second one asked me to fill out information and send pictures, which I did. They responded saying that they would not do the job because my electrical panel was not near the garage. The third actually came to my house and told me that once I had an electrician install the electrical power connection and had Home Depot deliver the unit, then they would come and install it. Really? So just so you know something about me, I'm very determined to do this and very persistent. Anyone else might have said forget it and given up, which is a problem. We need to make this process easier for residents. So on a whim, I checked the website of my HVAC installer, and not a peep about water heaters. Undeterred, I called and asked, and they said, sure. They could procure the unit, route the electricity, and install it, which they did. So I have a couple of suggestions. First, for the contractors listed on the website, create a table for the heat pump water heater installers that will indicate what they will and won't do. And then secondly, create a concierge mechanism to provide advice to residents who want to convert to electric. We don't want to require residents have an electrical engineering degree to replace their water heater. I started the project on February 25th, and the heat pump water heater was installed and working on April 7th, almost 6 weeks later. I was just glad that this wasn't a failure replacement project. We definitely need to make this easier so that even people who have failed units can easily install an electrical unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shani Kleinhaus, to be followed by Carrie Yarkin. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council members. This is Shani Kleinhaus speaking for Audubon only, Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and we shared the presentation earlier. So I don't know if you can start the presentation.
We've paused your clock and are working on that. There we go.
So thank you. You've seen this map before. It shows where biodiversity is most at risk in California, in the United States, and California is a hotspot of loss of biodiversity. This year we have the Migratory Bird Day on May 13th, and the focus is on harm that light pollution causes birds. I wanted to show you a little bit about bird migration. Next slide. And if you can play the video. So this video shows bird migration on April 25th. No, this one, thank you. And it shows how during the night the birds migrate. And so can you play the video, please? Doesn't seem to work. Well, okay, sorry. So the bird that you saw, and maybe we'll go to the next slide and see if we can play them. If not, I'll come back a different time to show you. These are pretty cool. And this one doesn't show, oh, here. Can you show the migration? Can you click on that map? So this is it doesn't do it. I think I'll come back sometime, but this is a white-crowned sparrow. The map should show you the patterns of migration. This is what the migration looks like in winter, and they're very common in Palo Alto. And then in summer, they all go to Alaska and to Canada to breed. And the next bird, and I don't know if you can go to the next slide, and I'm sorry you can't see the videos. Next. This is golden crown sparrow. This one is limited to the West Coast. Again, it spends the winters here and then goes to breed in Alaska and Canada in summer. And then the next one is, this is a Townsend Warbler. This bird migrates from Central America to Alaska and to Canada. And they basically stop over here on their way up and down the coast, but they don't stay with us very long. Next. The primary causes of mortality for these birds are loss of habitat and water, outdoor and feral cats, and collisions with man-made structure, and the attraction to lighting, which directs them away from their better habitats into cities and places where they are vulnerable to man-made hazards. So essentially thought I'll show you a little bit, and I'm sorry the videos didn't come through, but please think of these birds when you're discussing our nature preserves, our parks, urban forests, and even people's backyards. These are the habitats these birds use, and we need to reduce the threats to them and to their survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Mayor Burt and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I am speaking tonight to find out who and why, who is granting the variance of approximately 48,000 square feet on the Castellea expansion. I can't tell from the meetings I've gone to who is responsible for accepting that. Is it the chief planner, Amy French? Is it director of planning, Jonathan Late? Is it Ed Chicada, city manager, or is it Molly Stump, the city attorney? 6 months ago, roughly, the city council, you all, paid DUDEC to survey the existing gross floor area and compare that to what is allowed by code. They did that. And I'm just rounding this off to the zeros, but Castellea proposed basically 128,000 square feet in expansion. They're allowed 81,000 and they have an excess footage over code of 48,000 square feet. This is in the ARB report and I can get you the page number. Okay, so basically they've been overbuilding for years. The gym and the fine arts building were both rebuilt after 1993. And these two buildings were added in violation of the code and not reported by Castellea to the city when they put forth their expansion plans. That's 48,000 square feet verified by DUDEC, who you paid. So I'm also was dismayed to listen to the Planning Commission hearing on Castellea April 20th, a few weeks ago. And the variance was brought up by one planning commissioner, Doria Suma. And then another commissioner stalled out. Basically, he stalled the meeting and they did not get to deliberate or due diligence about this 48,000 square feet of overage. So why isn't the Planning Commission able to deliberate about 48,000 overage square footage? Who is granting this? Nobody seems to know who it is or why or what. If they are granting it, they should state the reason why. I hope you can all get to the bottom of this, and I look forward to hearing your hearing on Castellea. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Hi. Hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Great. Okay. Hey, it's Rebecca Eisenberg. So many things. First, I actually already had on my list to respond to your focus on your top focus of remedying the huge amounts of carbon that Palo Alto spews into our environment by focusing on this water heater and furnace replacement for residences. I am just baffled that you continue to focus on that when you know from your own presentations that 2/3 of the pollution is caused by cars. It's just such low-hanging fruit to refund and actually increase the electric public shuttles that used to run to take cars off the road. It makes no sense that you continue to ignore the fact that cars, not only, cars create the majority of our pollution, in addition to causing traffic, parking problems, and hazards, especially to children and seniors. Please give us back our shuttles. And then briefly, as to that replacement of expensive residential appliances, it's extraordinarily frustrating to hear that as the focus when you know well that approximately half of our city rents, and renters, the vast majority of renters, don't know who their landlord is, much less how to reach them. And for the majority of us, it's completely irrational to expect us to convince our landlords to upgrade these appliances. That really sounds like an invitation to ask them to increase the rent, which they can do, since as many as half of all renters are not covered by your tenant protection ordinance. I brought up this very much common sense point with a former city council member at the climate celebration a couple of weeks ago, and he arrogantly instructed me that what the city will do to renters is just cut off renters' heat, for the tenants in order to force landlords to upgrade their appliances. Wouldn't it be, not only is that illegal, that's also just completely ineffective. Wouldn't it be just much easier to actually create the landlord registry that you all promised to do, and that way you can contact the landlords directly? Lastly, gosh, last week you had scheduled for a closed session. How much money, in addition to the $10 million from the general fund and elsewhere, that you plan to give the Palo Alto Museum to put a museum in a spot that would be perfect for housing for seniors? You took it off the agenda, but it was closed session, and I hope to hear an update. Not have you continue these inappropriate plans in private. This seems like a bad use of limited funds. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment period. We will now move on to the consent calendar, and Councilmember Koo.
Oh, I was just going to register an overrule.
Okay, why don't we wait until we go ahead and have that motion? So first, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak to the consent calendar? Okay, we have two members of the public to speak, Jeff Levinsky to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and followed by our Aram James. If anyone else wishes to speak, they need to submit their name in at this time. Welcome.
Okay, and we have a just-in-time slide presentation here. I hope. And first of all, I'd like to thank staff for looking at the letter I sent in last month on the height transition ordinance, and they made some fixes that the letter recommended, and that was great. Unfortunately, there's still a snaggle, and so I'd like to walk you through that very carefully. That's the next slide. Oops. Okay, so this is from packet page 152, and it's the rule that triggers whether or not a building will have be lowered in height. And so I'm going to read you first the current law, and you all know how to do this. I'm going to ignore what's underlined and read what's crossed out. So within 150 feet of a residential district other than RM40 or PC, abutting or located within 50 feet of the site. So the way to think about that is it protects residential neighbors who are within 50 feet. The abutting part doesn't really matter because if you're within 50, if you're abut, you're within 50 feet. So really, this law says we're going to protect residents who are within 50 feet by lowering the height of the nearby building. The new law doesn't say that. It says portions of a site within 150 feet of an abutting residential district other than PC zone, and it says nothing about 50 feet. So that's the big difference. Next slide, please. So no one has asked for this change that I've heard from. I've been to all the public meetings. There's no state law that requires us to do this. Your own motion back in January said, leave abutting conditions where they already exist, but this adds new ones. This takes away the case where there was 50 feet and requires it to be abutting, and it removes clearly existing residential protections. Next slide, please. It's easy to fix. It's in just 3 places. I've given here the packet page numbers 152, 153, and 158. The example was from the first one. It will take just a few moments to pull it from the consent calendar, make these 3 spot fixes, but those moments will prevent a loss of residential protections and instead reinforce those protections, which is exactly what many of you have argued for so very long. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James to be followed by our final speaker. Excuse me, our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg to be followed by our final speaker, Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I have comments on 2 of the items. The first item is number 4. This is just a statement because it's kind of too late for this to change, unfortunately. The tree at 1872 Edgewood Drive apparently was killed months ago, and now after it was killed, we're now told that it was dying and dangerous. Many dying and dangerous trees can be saved, however, and it seems a bit hard to believe that an ancient tree that was healthy for hundreds of years all of a sudden became beyond saving when a new owner purchased the house. This is why you must discuss, address, and pass the revised tree ordinance before the summer. This tree ordinance will bring Palo Alto's tree ordinance up to state levels and in line with science. Our ordinance has not been revised in many, many years. This means the tree ordinance must go on your agenda as soon as possible as you approach your summer vacation. In summers past, we have seen far too many homeowners and especially commercial owners kill trees first, then make up excuses later. Given the state of our climate emergency, we cannot let that continue to happen. It's pretty disheartening to see a contract regarding a golf course on your agenda, but not the tree ordinance. This is extremely important given the number of trees that, for example, Castanea still intends to kill. How many will they destroy over the summer when no one is looking? Number 8, apparently someone in the city made a $1 million budgeting error. It's actually 900,000, but I'm going to round up to 1 million because it probably understates it. But even if that, okay, I'll say $900,000 budgeting error. And without discussing what happened and how to avoid this kind of error in the future, you are now asked to correct this almost $1 million error without discussion. During a time that life-saving charitable mental health services for local teenagers are being cut from funding due to budget issues, isn't the community entitled to hear a bit more about this almost $1 million error? You may already have been briefed by the city managers for your own eyes-only memos, but the community has not been briefed about this. As much as the city may try to play this down, shouldn't an almost $1 million mistake be taken seriously and presented to us? It's very frustrating given the state of the budget cuts for services for children, for seniors, for teenagers, and in favor of climate, protecting our climate. And then there, lo and behold, are these administrative errors. Thanks for considering.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Aram James.
So first of all, let me thank you, Rebecca, for always having, clarifying and raising such provocative issues. I had a long conversation, and it was a good conversation, with a member of the city council last night on a variety of topics. But one of the topics that I mentioned to this particular city council member was, over and over again, we see, look at item number 7. They want to approve a contract number with Baker Tilly LLP, which I guess is the auditors that took away city jobs, in the auditor's department for a private firm to do it. Now they want to increase the not to exceed compensation by $2,126,250 and extend the term for 3 additional years for continued auditing services. That seems to me to be a large chunk of money to go with a $900,000 apparent error in item number 8 that Rebecca Eisenberg was speaking about. And then we've got, a roofing cost of not to exceed, almost $500,000 in item number 6. These seems like large amount of monies when, social services are getting almost, cut. And we're having these big items on the consent calendar without a proper discussion so we can determine whether council, the city manager, and the staff are being financially responsible. So, okay, I'm going to stop now. I couldn't tell whether my time is up, but I'm finished talking on this topic. Thank you so much, as always.
Thank you. We will now proceed to motions on the consent calendar.
Sorry.
Councilmember Du Bois
Yeah, I'll move consent.
and Councilmember Cormack
I'll second.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 8.
You said on 8. Can you speak?
Yeah, no on 8.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Koo.
Well, I'd like to see if there's opportunity for pulling item number 9. And I understand I need 4 council members. If not, then I'd like to register a no vote.
I don't see other requests to pull it.
Then I will register a no vote, please.
Thank you. All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsath,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac. Yes. Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously with Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 8 and Vice Mayor Ku no on 9. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your no vote?
Yes, so I have to agree with the member of the public that called in on this one. It's $900,000. It's a fairly large number. I was hoping that I would see in this report why it happened, but it's only a 2-page thing. I read it several times and it doesn't say why. Because I think what's important is to understand why it happened and also to understand how do we prevent it in the future. So I'm sure there must be a good reason, but I don't know what it is. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So I voted no in the, when this came to council. I do believe that there are mistakes that are being made here with development based on, a lot of it has already been said by Mr. Levinsky, a member of the public, where it's simple corrections to the different areas in the ordinance where we could provide more protection for the residents that live here already. It's not to limit housing buildings, but also just to make sure that we do have the protections here. The existing code did not require that the language be, the existing motion, I'm sorry, the motion specifically states on January the 24th is to amend the proposed ordinance to 150 feet height transition zone while leaving the abutting conditions where they already exist. And as of, based on the graph that Mr. Levinsky showed, you can see there that it's not just abutting, but also for locations. It continues saying for locations within a certain square footage, within a certain feet. But with this now, the development standards have changed for workforce housing and PF zones. It has changed for mixed use and residential. It has changed for exclusively non-residential uses. Commercial, residents in commercial zones should also have the protections that we're providing them now. All of this is being provided now. Furthermore, with these changes, it also puts a burden on residents to file an appeal, which costs about $622. Why should they have to pay for these appeals in order to retain their quality of life and protections for their living? I would also like to request that I hope that this can come back again for consideration when the objective standards comes back to council soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the consent calendar. We now move on to city manager comments. Welcome, Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. If I could ask the city clerk once again to bring up our slides. While we're making that transition, if I could just make one clarification on item number 8. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka and member of the public for pointing out perhaps our description was not sufficiently clear. What happened in that particular case is, as is always the case at the end of fiscal years, staff makes an estimate of what funds will be needed in the current year versus the upcoming year. In this case, what happened was staff believed the funds would be needed next year, not the current. This corrects that by allowing the funds to be spent this fiscal year. And as the council well knows, but perhaps not well known by the public, that our next fiscal year begins on July 1st. So it's right around the corner. All right, next slide, please. A few items of note that I'd like to raise for community attention. First off, our standing update for the week related to the pandemic. As I hope community members are aware, we are tracking an increase in average case counts. Has been an increase over the last few weeks, and I believe we don't have an indication here, but hospitalizations are also beginning to tick up. So certainly something for us all to pay attention to, noting that our best defenses are through vaccinations, as well as our continued use of face coverings, masks. Also noting that as we look forward, we will certainly be continuing these reminders as again, case counts as well as indications throughout our community reflect the unpredictability of this virus. Next slide, please. All right, looking forward, although holy cow, it's already May, and it is Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, reflecting terminology approved, directed by the council a couple of months ago. May is, again, Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, AANHPI, Heritage Month. And as such, we've got a series of events, both sponsored by the city as well as community organizations that we are tracking. And we've got our website, cityofpaloalto.org. You guys will commit this to memory too. AANHPI Heritage Month. cityofpaloalto.org/AANHPI Heritage Month, with a series of events for education as well as cultural enrichment. Next slide, please. Tomorrow night, we have the latest in what I understand used to be an annual event, pre-pandemic annual, with updates from our public safety chiefs. In this case, Chief Blackshire, Chief Johnson, and Chief Duker, providing updates for community members on a variety of public safety topics. And again, available both in person as well as virtually. That's post-pandemic or pandemic era change. So community members can either attend in person at Mitchell Park or virtually. We have information here on our website homepage, as well as cityofpaloalto.org/meetthechiefs. Had to make sure that was spelled correctly. Chiefs, CHIEFS. All right, and oops, sorry, sorry about that, City Clerk. Next, this coming Saturday, a really unique celebration that combines, again, a bit of a pandemic era phenomenon. While our Junior Museum and Zoo is certainly open, has been open for several months, it will be an opportunity for members of the community to check it out for free, as well as the newly renovated Rinconada Park, including the play equipment, play structure. And actually, I haven't seen this myself, but the new Voyage Solar System exhibit, public art exhibit, which I understand was installed just over the last week or so. Information on this event, again, will be, this event is on Saturday throughout much of the day, or 11 a.m. as the program time. And at the same time, know that members of the community have been enjoying the Rinconada Park and the JMZ for several weeks now. It's cityofpaloalto.org/party-in-the-park for details. Next slide, please. Also want to note tonight, as the council knows, we have a discussion of Parklet design guidelines. In addition, there's quite a bit of overlap between that topic and street closures, use of our streets for parklets, as well as more widely in our closed streets. So with respect to the street closures, we have had a survey that's been open now for some time and will close this Friday at noon, so that while we know that many members of the public have weighed in on this topic over the last many months, that there are a few specific follow-up questions based on the specific options that are being presented to the council next week that community members are invited to weigh in on. So again, this is a new survey or an ongoing survey available on our homepage under news and available until noon this Friday. Next slide, please. Then also want to note for community members awareness that also coming back is what had been for a while the annual event, our Municipal Services Center Open House. It will be returning on June 18th. That's a Saturday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. It has always been a fantastic opportunity for community members to get a peek behind the scenes at the work that our employees and partners do throughout the community, both in streets, under streets, overhead, and in various areas of our open spaces, everything from utilities and fleets and building, community services, open spaces, and the like. Now, given our ongoing recruitment for career opportunities, would like to also make a plug that this is a great opportunity for people who might be looking for career change or career opportunities to see and talk to some of the people that are actually doing the work on behalf of the community. So this MSC Open House will be a wonderful opportunity for that. Details available at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/MSC Open House, all one word. Next slide, please. Then finally, just noting some upcoming items that community members we know are tracking. As noted, next week we'll be talking about objective standards relative to development. Also, the next steps in our street closures on Ramona and California Avenues. The following week on Monday is dedicated in terms of action agenda to the Castellea project. On June 1st, the City Council will be having the next round or additional the remaining round of board and commission annual work plan discussions. And then finally, later in the month of June, we have business tax and utility tax survey results, as well as tree ordinance, project home key update, our budget adoption, and related fee schedules. And that concludes my report this evening. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll just note that you sort of buried the lead on the Rinconada Park and JMZ. It's free ice cream and music.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to our first action item, which is a review and feedback on the proposed permanent parklet standards and program policies and adoption of an interim ordinance and resolution to continue the pilot parking program until December 31st, 2022. So,
yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As our Assistant Director of Planning Development Services, Rachel Tanner, gets set up, I thought I'd perhaps just make one initial introductory comment, which would be to share that in the staff discussions in bringing this item to you this evening, we had some debate over whether it should really be a study session versus an action item. Recognizing the range of issues that are before you, we really would like to reinforce for the council that you not feel pressured that tonight is your one shot, have to decide everything at the same time. And as such, in some ways, this could be considered something of a study session. That said, we do recognize the urgency or immediacy, at least, in having some decisions that would provide both clarity and predictability for the business community, as well as to ensure we're continuing to make progress in areas that the council and community have identified as priorities, perhaps as it relates to aesthetics, as well as uses of the public space. So with that context, let me ask Assistant Director Tanner to take it from here.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shagada. Good evening, council members. Good to be with you all in person this evening. And I believe we have the presentation Is my screen working? Oh, there it goes. Great. Excellent. Thank you so much. I think I haven't used the iPads except for one PTC meeting. So still getting used to the new integration, which is really fantastic. As the city manager said tonight, we're seeking council input on the proposed permanent parklet guidelines and standards. And if you say proposed permanent parklet program policies, you really can get a mouthful. So that's fun. We also are looking to extend the interim ordinance. Next slide. So I'm going to do a little bit of going back in history, but you all, I think, have been here for this duration of these 2 years of the pandemic. And so even though it sometimes still strikes me when I look back 2 years and I say, man, it has been that long that this program has been in place. And so during the pandemic, we know that especially in the beginning in 2020, when indoor dining was not allowed in Santa Clara County, Parklets became a really important lifeline for local businesses. They also became a place where residents were able to gather outside to enjoy the company of others in a less risky environment, enjoy outdoor dining. And they become also very popular in the last 2 years. Next slide. And so this kind of just goes over a little bit of that history again, going back to June 2020, when parklets were first allowed by the council through an ordinance and a resolution, through last year when we got direction to develop a permanent program, and the temporary program was also extended. And then on to today, May, where we're getting a progress report for you all and consideration of extending the temporary program. Next slide. So in the pilot parklet guidelines, we really were focused on getting those developed quickly, making sure that folks could reduce the risk of any dangers being occurring at a parklet, really thinking about how do we maximize safety for the patrons and the users of the parklet, for motorists who'd be driving by, and for pedestrians. So we really weren't looking at aesthetics or design consistency. There were no fees or charges levied for parklet permits at that time as well. Next slide. And so we want to kind of dive in a little bit to just think about what is a parklet, what are the parts of it, so that we can have some orientation to what we're talking about. So the extension of a public right-of-way is a way to think about the parklet. It's an area that is used for dining, typically. Some cities do allow other activities to occur on a parklet. In Palo Alto, they've been used for dining primarily. And there are usually 1 to 3 parking spaces that are used for that activity. They're used by legally existing restaurants, so a restaurant that's been permitted here in Palo Alto, and on streets that are 25 miles an hour or slower speed limit. Next slide. And these are some of the components of a parklet. So A is the platform, so the flat part upon which the tables and chairs and other furnishings would rest. You have B, which are some of the enclosures and periodic barriers. That's really a physical barrier that's separating the parklet from the travel lane and from the roadway and parking spaces around it. And then lastly, you have different safety measures. So you can see C is pointing to a wheel stop as well as to a reflective delineator that's creating some visibility for the motorists who are driving by. So those are parts that all parklets would have. Some parklets may, in addition, have roofs, lighting, landscaping, umbrellas, and other furnishings as they are designed by those who are seeking the permit. Next slide. And so as we look at potential permanent program, these are 8 areas we wanted to call out for the council's attention that are kind of maybe important to business owners, maybe important to residents. And so some of them you might not find to be particularly interesting, but we wanted to call them out as areas of change just so that the conversation could be open about them. Retrofitting, edge treatment, sidewalls, heaters, interactions with neighboring businesses, limiting sidewalk dining in conjunction with parklets, no fabric tents or canopies, and alcoholic beverage service. So we're just going to go over these really quickly one by one, but again, please do come back to any of them if there are areas that you want to dig into further. So with retrofitting, we have about, I think, and Public Works, they'll be joining us tonight. I think we have about 63 parklets in Palo Alto, so quite a number of restaurants who have applied for the temporary program. And so we want to make sure that those folks can transition from their existing parklet to the new standards. We would not want to recommend allowing any kind of grandfathering where the existing parklets just kind of continue in their current state. We would want folks to undergo a process of identifying identifying where their parklet does and does not meet the standard so that they can transition to the new standards. That might include a deadline for the existing permit holders to apply and submit their plans of how they're going to change their parklet, a timeline by which staff would commit to reviewing their applications and getting back to them to say what they might need to do, and then a deadline for the retrofitting to be completed. The edge treatment. So this is an area where staff have had a lot of discussion around how to make sure that the edge is a right balance between providing safety for the patrons of the parklet and at the same time, perhaps not being too heavy-handed. And so at this time, what staff are recommending is to have what we're calling a periodic barrier. So in the picture that's there, you can see there are planters. And when those planters are filled with soil and when they're created out of, those might be some type of concrete material, they get pretty heavy. And so if a vehicle were to crash into it, it would probably damage the vehicle a little bit, but might keep those patrons safe from getting hit by the vehicle itself. But you can see it's not a continuous edge. It's periodic. This parklet has cable wires in between. Different parklet owners may have a solid edge, or they may choose to have it kind of have that transparency. That could be up to them. But they do have to have this kind of heavy barrier at certain increments along the parklet edge. Now, in contrast, the council could choose to have a more significant barrier, thinking like K-rail or other type of vehicle-rated safety barriers. The downside with those is that they can be pretty expensive. They're very heavy, which is why they provide increased safety, but they also can take up a pretty significant area. And so they take up more of the parklet platform, which then reduces the size of the parklet in terms of where patrons can sit. And so that's where staff are really trying to balance this here. In particular, an analogy that we thought about is a sidewalk. When you're walking down a sidewalk, there's no barrier other than the curb that's preventing a vehicle, if it were, either intentionally, hopefully never, but even accidentally jumping the curb. And so how do we create a situation that has at least the similar safety of a sidewalk in this kind of condition where you are, out in the street a little bit more than the sidewalk? The ARB did take a look last Thursday at these recommendations. Their recommendation for the enclosure area was just to have the 36 inches be the maximum height as opposed to 42. And that is pretty consistent with other cities where it's 36 to 42 inches. And then above that, you cannot have anything to have transparency and visibility. Next slide. Sidewalls. So this is an important topic for a lot of reasons. The question here is whether or not parklets can have sidewalls. So you can see in this image, it has a clear sidewall, but there is plexiglass above the rail, above the white kind of enclosure. And so they basically have, in some ways, a solid wall all along that outer enclosure. It's important to make sure that at least during that area, in that area above the barrier, so if it's 36 inches or 42, that there isn't anything. That way a motorist can see, pedestrians can see, and we maintain that visibility in line of sight. But an environment where they're more easily able to control wind, sun, the comfort of their guests and patrons who are at the parklet. And so they would like to be able to have something there. The ARB looked at it and agreed that having transparent sidewalls or something transparent there is definitely needed, but wanted more time to think about whether it could be something sturdy like plexiglass, which is pretty fixed, or would it be something that rolls down and up? That's more, when it's windy out, maybe you roll it down, but when it's sunny out, you have it up. And so they wanted more time to think about that and deliberate kind of what materials might be appropriate or materials that would be inappropriate for that type of use. Next slide. Heaters. Heaters is a very popular topic to talk about. So right now, as the guidelines or the standards are proposed, staff are recommending prohibiting the use of propane heaters at the parklets. And that's for a couple reasons. In particular, under the fire guidelines or standards in the county, you have to maintain 5 feet clear from the heating element, which is very difficult to do if you have a roof. And then furthermore, you cannot store the propane inside. Propane needs to be stored at least 5 feet from a building with multiple exits and 10 feet away from a building with only one exit. Many of our restaurants and parklet permit holders would not have access to a secure location to properly store the propane. And so right now we see pretty persistent conditions that do not comply with these needs and meet these needs. That's not to say that you could not meet these needs with a propane heater, but we have yet to see a lot of compliance with our letters and requests to come into compliance. So that's why staff have taken a no propane heater stance, but we're open to understanding what the city council thinks. In addition, we've been working to encourage folks to go electric. And so do we want to have folks burning propane outdoors to keep folks warm? ARB did note that heaters are crucial and wanted to look at that further in their subcommittee to see if there's a way to kind of meet the standards and requirements of storage and the distances from the roofs and things like that, and also have propane, and whether or not electric would be more appropriate. Next slide. Neighboring business and building owner support. So as currently drafted, the standards would propose that if a parklet extends beyond an applicant's storefront, so let's say their storefront is 2 parking spaces wide, they would be permitted to have it there. But if they want to go into a third parking space that maybe is in front of a different business, that they would have to get a letter of support from both that neighboring business and the building owner of the building that business is located in. We hope that this could increase communication, reduce conflict. Maybe there's an agreement, hey, I would love to support you, but if you have a roof on your parklet, it's going to block my storefront. So maybe then the parklet owner doesn't have a roof in their design. It could have some rub in that, as businesses change, conditions might change. And so that's something that we would need to work through in terms of the timeline and duration of the permit. Maybe there's a timeline where they may eventually have to remove part of that parklet if a new business that is not supportive does come into play. So certainly an area worthy of discussion as well. Next slide. And then we are proposing right now to limit the combination of sidewalk dining and parklets. So you can see in this image, parklet plus sidewalk dining, which can be very great, but you can also see the sidewalk area for pedestrians to pass becomes pretty narrow. And so if a business can keep 8 feet clear on the sidewalk, they could have sidewalk dining and a parklet. But if they don't have that wide of a sidewalk, then we would say, please choose either sidewalk dining or parklet and not to have both. Next slide. Fabric tents and canopies. Currently, the revised standards would not allow fabric to be used for roofing or canopies. They do allow roofs and canopies made of different materials, but just not the fabric. Again, thinking about both wind and uplift, as well as the fire risk. If folks even have the electric heaters, there's still a fire risk between the fabric and the heating element. And then we would still also allow folks to have, not to have a roof, but to use umbrellas or other ways to provide shade that are more portable and not necessarily fixed and attached. The ARB did think that allowing some type of fabric covering, if it can either be safely maintained with the heating elements, or folks might have to choose. If you want to have a fabric roof, you're choosing not to have heaters perhaps. And they did also want to make sure we prohibited vinyl, soft plastics, tarp, things of that nature from being used for roofing. Next slide. And then alcoholic beverage service. So under ABC rules, they've been relaxed a little bit during the pandemic, and we do think some of them will revert once the state of emergency ends. And right now in Palo Alto, if you have a outdoor you have alcohol service, you have a conditional use permit, and when you expand your alcohol service outdoors, you have to amend that. So staff have proposed a CUP amendment process that would be a fraction of the cost of a full CUP, which is about $10,000, so that folks who are having parklets and adding that outdoor beverage service there could comply. And then they would comply with all of ABC guidelines, which are pretty clear about what you need to do when you have alcohol beverage service outside. Next slide. And then just finally a little bit about operations. Public Works would be the lead permitting agency for the parklet permits. Office of Transportation, Planning and Development Services would certainly be helping, along with other agencies as needed, fire and others. The permanent program would have inspection of the parklet during construction to make sure folks are complying with their guidelines and their permit. There would be a cost recovery application fee, just like any other HIPAA permit that includes the review and the construction inspections. And staff recommend establishing an annual time period when parklet applications are submitted so that we can get them all at once and understand maybe a whole block is changing and see kind of how they are in relation to each other. So we're not just having a first come, first serve approach, but we're really being able to look at them holistically in context with each other. Next slide. And at this time, I want to introduce Sophie Gable-Scheinbaum. She is a planner with Urban Planning Partners. She's been a fantastic consultant helping with us with this research. And she's researched how different cities are structuring fees for the use of the public space. This is different than the fee to charge that's cost recovery for the permit to get your parklet permit. This is really thinking about an ongoing cost for using the public space for private use. So Sophie, are you with us on the line?
Yes. Hi, Rachel.
Oh, great. So if you want to take it away from here.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much. So as Rachel said, after reviewing several peer jurisdictions and evaluating sort of comparable options for the city of Palo Alto, staff has prepared 2 methods for a Parklet program fee methodology and is requesting feedback and direction on which to implement, or just feedback in general on these 2 approaches. The first method is the parking space value, which represents the cost of an on-street parking space annualized. And the second is using the average market rate ground floor retail rents in Palo Alto to determine a per square foot cost and applying that to the size of a parking space. So I'm going to detail each of these methods in the following slides. Next slide, please. So first, as mentioned, is the parking space value. So as shown, the current daily fee for use of a parking space in Palo Alto is $25 a day. This isn't the cost to visitors to Palo Alto, as there is currently no metered parking. Rather, this is the cost paid by a developer or other applicant who requires the use of a parking spot during construction due to staging or other needs to block off a certain parking space. As shown, the total cost for one parking space at the rate of $25 a day would be $9,125. But it is important to note that most parklets average closer to 2 to 3 parking spaces and sometimes more. So another jurisdiction considering this method is the city of Walnut Creek. Their guidelines are not yet finalized. However, the proposed fee is $7,000 a year, and that's based on the same annualization of the cost of parking. Next slide, please. So the second method is the commercial rent valuation. This table shows the average rental rate in 3 categories: downtown Palo Alto, all of Palo Alto, and then the remainder of Palo Alto that excludes the downtown area. This cost has been applied to 200 square feet, which is the average size of a parallel parking space. The total has been divided into 10%, 30%, and 50% proportional amounts, given that the parking space would likely be assessed at a lower value than the indoor private property space of these businesses. Next slide, please. So in practice, this method provides a variety of fee options. This table represents potential fees for a 2 parking space parklet, and the 10%, 30%, and 50% proportion of total retail value corresponds with obviously an increasing annual and monthly cost. Other cities that have implemented this methodology are Burlingame and Mountain View, with fees of $1,500 and $1,200 plus $6 per square foot, respectively. And both Burlingame and Mountain View use a 9% proportion of the market rate rental value of their respective cities. Next slide, please. So we wanted to see, where would Palo Alto fall in sort of these proposed fee ideals. You can see there's a wide range of fee amounts and corresponding methodologies implemented across the region. In general, it's been most common to see one flat rate instead of a quote per space cost. And you can see that the majority of fees, as shown here, fall under $1,500 per year. As mentioned, staff is looking for guidance on both a fee range and a fee methodology that feels most appropriate for Palo Alto, while we strike a balance between a fee that will allow a well-managed and staffed program while maintaining a fee that garners Parklet permit applications and continued participation in the Parklet program. So I'll pass it back to Rachel to wrap up the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. We can have great, thank you. So the last few slides just go over some of the feedback that we've received. We conducted a focus group, we conducted a survey with business owners, and then also the ARB hearing, which was last week. So some of the key points from the focus group, landscaping and planters, some were indicating if it may be hard to maintain. They could collect trash and debris, and everyone is not necessarily a great gardener. Again, enclosure and sidewall were very important to, again, provide protection from sun and wind. And if we ever get some rain protection as well. For power supply, folks really wanted to see propane heaters continue to be allowed because it's very cost effective. And not only in terms of the cost of propane, but when you electrify, if you have electric heaters, service panel upgrades may be needed for the building if an electric supply is not significant enough in their building, and that would be just an additional cost to upgrade their panel and their electric service. For the program fee, some felt that there should be no fee, no cost to use the parking space, that the tax revenue generated by the additional space would be a benefit to the city, but others expressed that it made some sense to have a fee, a cost associated with using the public right-of-way. Next slide. In terms of the survey, we had 24 respondents, and these are all businesses in Palo Alto and property owners. Not all of them are Parklet owners. As you can see, about 8 do not have a Parklet. For those who had a Parklet, you can see the sizes of the Parklets. Again, most are 2 spaces was the majority. Some that were more than 3 spaces was the next, and then 1 space and 3 spaces. And we asked folks, which of the following monthly fee ranges would you be willing to pay to continue to have a Parklet? And so 100 to 250, which was the lowest option available, was the most selected option. But then you can see after that, 1,000 to 1,500, and then 250 to 500, and then 500,000. Again, some folks who are responding don't have Parklets and may have not wanted to see the Parklet program continue.
Just one clarifying question. In this slide 25 question, was that a Parklet of 1 parking space? Were they clear on whether it was their whole Parklet or 1 parking space?
I think in their mind, they would be thinking about their entire Parklet. So they would be saying, I would like for my entire Parklet to pay about $100 to $250 per month. So then you can make that over the year for my entire Parklet.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good question. Thank you. And next slide. And then some other parts of that survey response. They really wanted to see guidelines that were streamlined and clear, again, allowing propane heaters, suggesting to have pre-approved Parklet plans that businesses could just choose from, kind of take off the shelf and not have to do their own design work to do that. Again, the protection from wind, sun, and other weather, low fees, and a need to have more maintenance and cleaning around the Parklets to make sure that they are actually a benefit to the downtown and CalAv and other areas where Parklets exist. Next slide. And this is the ARB feedback. Overall, again, their motion was to encourage the city council to give them more time so they could have a subcommittee that might look more closely and work with staff on refining the standards. They did take what they called straw polls on these topics, and these would be suggestions they would make to the standards, having no limit on color, just kind of let folks have their expression around lighting. And I can go into these in more detail, but they are part of the At Places memo. In the interest of time, I will just leave them there for you, and you can ask questions if you have more questions. Next slide. And again, just kind of coming back to the end of the presentation, we're really looking for a 6-month extension of the pilot program so we can continue to refine these standards and charges and get feedback from you all and if we're going in the right direction. And then to adopt the interim ordinance and resolution to continue the existing temporary program. If the resolution is not passed today, then the pilot program would end June 30th, 2022, which is what's currently in the ordinance. I believe the next slide is the last one. Yep, feedback requested. Again, there may be other topics that we haven't broached and haven't been brought up. So again, happy to get any of council's feedback. And I'll just note there are a number of other staff who've contributed to this project. We have Public Works, we have Office of Transportation, Fire, and those folks are on the Zoom line, I believe, and available to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we first go to the council with any questions that are principally technical in nature, and then we can go to the public and then return to the council for deliberation. Council Member Du Bois.
So it looked like the ARB recommended 36-inch height, but is staff still recommending 42?
36 is fine, and we did see that other cities had a range between 36 inches and 42, so I think that would be okay for staff.
And looking at the survey, it looked like about 1/3 of the Parklets are 4 or more parking spots. Is that right?
I believe that, just want to pull up the chart.
Any idea what the biggest one is?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know if Holly or Mike are on the line, if they know the largest parklet that we've permitted.
Mike Knapziger from Public Works Engineering. Not exactly sure, but probably between 4 and 5 spaces. I don't know the specific business.
Okay. So it sounds like 4 is pretty popular. I've asked this before, but I see a lot of cities that have parklets at street level with a step down off the curb. And it seems to be much cheaper in terms of construction costs. I know we've said it's ADA required, but so how are some cities doing it where we're saying we have to be flush? Or, could we optionally not be flush with a ramp or something?
Yeah, we've observed that as well and talked to some cities who have had that condition. I know some of them were allowing it under their temporary program and have not transitioned that to their permanent. Ms. Scheinbaum, can you give us some feedback if there's any cities you talked to that are allowing the platform to not be flush with the curb?
So I would say it's consistent with what you just said, Rachel, that the temporary programs during COVID, in order to make them both cost efficient and in order for businesses to put up as quickly and cost effectively as possible, they've allowed the sort of at grade parklets. None of the permanent programs or that existed before COVID or of the programs that are transitioning to a permanent program from their pandemic era program are allowing at grade parklets. They all have some type of platform. And I think that's mostly to accommodate, like we said, ADA requirements, but also the cost that comes associated with a ramp and the space that's taken up then with having enough clearance and space for ADA requirements as well.
Okay. And can council tonight talk about maybe temporary changes to the temporary rules, while we're waiting on the permanent?
I believe that would be permissible. I'm not sure it was noticed as changes to temporary rules, although the temporary rules are being extended. So I would think under that, it would be fine. I agree. Yes.
Okay. And do we require insurance on parklets?
Mike, do we require insurance now? I know we are proposing to require it, but I don't know if the current encroachment permits require insurance.
Yes, any issued encroachment permit requires appropriate insurance.
Is it like $1 million general liability or?
I believe $1 million general liability, and I think there's some other specific provisions.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the excellent overview. And this is very helpful. I sort of find it helpful to think about all this stuff as kind of in 2 buckets. One bucket is, how we deal with all the issues around allowing private use of public space. And there's a whole bunch of vectors there. And then the other bucket is design standards for how we build these things and what they look like and so forth. So I have one question on each. First one's on sort of the designs. Are there any electric heaters installed now and in use in Palo Alto restaurants and parklets? Do we know of any?
That is a good question. I'm going to ask Mike again if you're aware of any electric heaters in use on parklets and specifically.
Yes, there are. There are some businesses that have electric heaters installed.
Who's got one so I can go look at it and have dinner there? Not necessarily in that order.
There's some on University, I believe. Local Union may, Orange Hummus may.
Orange does. I can confirm that.
They do? Or?
Yeah, they do. I saw it today.
And there may be a handful of others. We didn't quite know who has what at this point.
Okay.
I think Taverna. Check that one.
Taverna. Yeah.
Taverna. Okay. Oh, I like that place. And then let me ask another question on the other side, which is one thing that maybe it's in the staff report, but I didn't see it. What's prevailing practice or anything close to it out there for kind of agreement lengths, lease lengths. That is, if you do if we say, okay, you can have a parklet here, what term are cities using for that? I mean,
That's a good question. I'm going to ask Ms. Gable Scheinbaum to think about that for a moment. I do think that it just one note as she's thinking about what's the typical term. Part of it also is that even whatever the term is, there may be a need to remove the parklet that could be set in and, would be kind of, it's like whatever the term is and caveat, it might end up being shorter than that.
That makes a lot of sense. There would be conditions if this happens, if that happens. But absent all that, I'd be really curious sort of what conventional wisdom and experience is out there on term. Because obviously if you're going to make an investment in the parklet, you sort of, want some confidence that, the law is not going to change, in 90 days, right? So on the other hand, we probably shouldn't be signing 40-year contracts with folks on these things either, right? So
yeah,
I'd be curious, sort of what conventional experience is on that.
Ms. Gable Scheinbaum, do you know when your research what the typical length of a parklet permit was? I don't know if that was stated by different cities.
It wasn't necessarily stated explicitly as far as I can remember. I know that for the most part, cities had these parklet permits under an encroachment permit type. So that was sort of the overall overarching umbrella permit type. Some called them public space permits. But for the most part, cities that I spoke to had some sort of language that would give the city the ability, if needed, either under emergency or maintenance circumstances, to request the applicant to remove the parklet within a certain timeline.
And I think maybe again, not direct answer to your question of what's the length, but there is usually an annual fee, an
Right.
annual renewal, annual making sure your insurance. So in some ways, there's like a year-to-year component
A year to year as
of
opposed.
making sure that you're keeping up with what you need to.
Okay. Well, probably something we want to look at some point. I see this as kind of an interesting pivot here. We're sort of turning the ship as to, maybe we're going to get out of, the emergency situation and, somewhere down the line, we're going to have sort of a permanent situation here. We're kind of in that process now. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does staff have any estimates on what percentage of GHG emissions are attributed to outdoor propane heaters?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know if Ms. Boyd in her work on SCAP has any estimate of emissions from propane heaters. So it's a good question, but I'm not sure.
Hi, Rachel. This is Holly Boyd, Assistant Director for Public Works. I do not know that answer. I am going to defer to Brad and see if he knows. Otherwise, it's something we could potentially look into and come back with the answer.
Yeah, probably fractional in regard. The largest sources, as you know, are vehicles and buildings. So propane heaters outdoors would probably be a small fraction below that. But Brad, are you with us as well?
Well, I am, and just to jump in and affirm what you said, Rachel, it would be a very small number. I think we might have that in our greenhouse gas inventory. I don't have that at my fingertips in front of me tonight.
All right, thanks. Yeah, my guess would be small fraction, but then gas-powered leaf blowers shocked me at how terrible those are for the environment. So I think finding that out would be helpful. And is staff proposing at all? I didn't see it in the staff report, a phase out of propane heaters, or is that at least the recommendation it would happen immediately upon adoption of the ordinance?
I think it would probably be part of the transition period for any existing parklet. So certainly if somebody didn't have a parklet and they applied, we would just want them to start with electric and not, have propane. But for those in existence today, we would want to develop a transition timeline for folks to go from the current situation to the new situation. The only caveat I will say is, again, I know the fire department has expressed just a lot of concern around most of the propane heaters, I shouldn't say most, many of the propane heaters that are out there are just not in compliance with current standards today. And so there is a concern about that continuing to linger.
Okay, that seems like a reasonable path forward, I think. I was curious, I saw in the staff report, it said that we would have 2 inspections during construction. Why in particular 2? It just seems like that could add not only burden on staff, but also additional costs on the applicant?
So the inspections would occur during the platform construction. So before it's covered over, to make sure in particular that the attachment to the curb and anything that's underneath the platform that would be covered up is compliant, in particular, making sure that there's room for rainwater to go in the gutter where it won't get backed up and things like that. And then once everything else is together, then there would be the second inspection. So just because the things get covered after the platform is installed completely.
Okay, that makes sense. I can see kind of cost savings in the long run to catch those issues early. I'm curious. I mean, I really like the recommendation of having these applications accepted at particular times of the year so staff can review them. Would there be any, I guess, operational issues if we did it twice a year or just multiple times a year? I'm concerned that maybe once a year might be a little too limiting, but are there any concerns if we were to expand that?
I'll invite any staff who do have a concern to chime in, and I can't see you all, unfortunately. I don't think that there would be a concern if it was more than once a year, but I think the idea to try to, especially in the beginning when we transition, we'd like to have a timeline so we can really see who wants to go from what we are today to the future. And we can look at things like where are disabled parking spaces and different things like that, loading zones, bike parking, et cetera. That will probably be a big number of the parklets. Then after that, there might be just a smaller number and be more manageable to have a couple times a year where there's a intake maybe opening.
Okay.
I can also chime in that once a year ties in with the annual insurance. Most insurance policies are on an annual basis, so that could be renewed at the same time.
That was helpful. Thank you. And one final question, running out of time here. So on page 167 of the staff report, it talked about San Diego having a built-in equity component for different areas of the city. What does that mean? And how does San Diego operate that?
So essentially, obviously, San Diego, a very big city, a lot of different area from the coast and then inland. And so essentially, I believe, Ms. Gableshine, you can correct me, they looked at an index that's related to their heat and kind of climate change. And so areas that are going to be suffering more from the changing climate have a lower cost than areas that I think are going to fare better. Is that right, Sophie?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and sort of linking climate impacts with environmental justice and wanting to acknowledge the sort of difference in impact across the city.
Okay. And Palo Alto, too small for something for that to make sense to staff things?
We could have an equity component, but it would probably be less about geography because our geography is a little smaller. And maybe it'd be more about, for example, if council wanted to look at local businesses versus formula retail or some other component of how maybe a discounted fee is charged for those businesses.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I want to concur with Councilmember Phil Sett's description of this as the overview is super helpful. My question is pretty specific. It's really about the traffic safety features and the questions that people were asking about increased operations. I feel like I remember we have some kind of special street sweeper that can go down alleys and things. I mean, it seems like that is actually a problem, not so much like within the parklet, but the sort of part that isn't the road and the part that isn't the parklet. Do we have a method now to keep those clean? Is that special street sweeper part of the solution?
That's a good question. I think that just to say the areas that would be concerned, just to make sure I'm hearing you right, it's like the area between the parklet and the roadway where there's the delineators, so it's hard to get in there. And then there's the wheel stop area. There's like a 4-foot setback. I think our little cleaner could get in there, although it'd be like driving forward and backing up. So I'm not really sure how effective its sweepers would be. I don't know, Brad, if you have a thought on that. The cleanliness in the parklet areas?
Oh, yeah, I would just add to that to say that there are definitely kind of a mosaic of different types of spot areas around parklets. I think especially on University where we have planters and parklets where we don't have equipment that can reach. And currently our staff, when they're trying to clean those areas, are doing that by hand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so are you done? Yep. So I have a few questions. first, jumping to the big issue of heaters, I didn't hear a distinction between looking at electric heaters that are resistance heaters versus radiant. And I'm assuming that the default would be radiant heaters. And has staff looked at first whether the electric heaters that are extant in some of the restaurants are actually radiant rather than resistant?
Mr. Knapsinger, do you know for those electric heater permits, electric heaters we permitted, anything about the type that they are?
No, we don't.
Okay, so I think that's important to make that distinction. My rough understanding is that the power requirements for the radiant heaters are a small fraction of the resistance. You can get, just looking online, it looks like maybe 6 3-foot radiant heaters on one 20 amp 240 breaker. Whereas you'd have a fraction of that on maybe 2 resistance heaters. And I was interested to learn that a lot of the existing propane heaters are not meeting current distance requirements from overhead flammable materials. Makes sense. And so connected with the heaters, though, have we've seen some concerns with restaurants which seem valid that the power capability to serve these heaters, perhaps even the radiant ones, because I'm not sure everybody's got a 20 amp 240 sitting unutilized. But what have we determined or done any preliminary appraisal on the capacity of different restaurants to provide power to outdoor electric heating?
We have not done that research, Mayor Burt, but it's certainly something we could look further into to maybe just try to get a sense of, even look at a handful of our current Parklet permittees, what is their building serviced for? And, if they added the heaters to the Parklet, like would they need an upgrade? Certainly something ARB suggested is if we do go that direction to really have a streamlined, focused process for those folks so that they don't end up waiting months and months for their electric upgrade. In the meantime, they're trying to get on with their Parklet.
Right. And has staff looked at including some of the materials we've received in the SCAP ad hoc committee about not only greenhouse gas emissions from propane, which are not real significant, but air pollutants. And so not only the pollutants on the atmosphere, but the health impacts on those people who are there breathing either the uncombusted or propane or the combustion materials and the significance of that.
Certainly that's part of the fire, the county fire guidelines, or the rationale there is the concern around uncombusted gases that could be accumulating, especially if you have a roof and things like that.
That's different. I'm not talking about the flammability of the uncombusted. I'm talking about the health hazards of breathing uncombusted materials.
Staff haven't looked into that, but certainly would be a concern.
Yeah. My understanding is it's more significant than is commonly recognized and would be a factor in our considerations. I did want to check on the sidewalk encroachments. I see that the recommendation is 8 foot. That had been, I think, our historic encroachment prohibition. During the pandemic, I've seen that on some of the streets in like Cal Ave, we'd gone maybe down to the 4 foot range in a zigzag, which I certainly thought was unnecessary to allow that. But I'm also questioning, have we looked at whether all sidewalks, or what would be the impact of basically requiring this 8 foot encroachment prohibition on various restaurants that are having outdoor dining on the sidewalk currently?
I don't think we've looked at that specifically, but what we do have in our records is how many folks have a Parklet combined with sidewalk dining. And so we could look and say, okay, how many are there that have both right now today? And, would they be impacted, to having to choose between the two if 8 foot clear was restored as the standard?
Okay. And then on the rental rates, one of the things that's been pointed out by some of the restaurants is that the city derives additional sales tax revenue from the uptick in dining. Have we done any estimates of our share of the sales tax from the spaces, and so that we can look at how that factors into the compensation the city's receiving for the space as a partial payment?
And just make sure I understand your question. The question is looking into the fraction of sales tax we receive from the Parklet space today in sales tax revenue. We haven't looked at that specifically. We have considered, because we would need to make the data anonymous to report it back in a public venue, to kind of look at our restaurants and understand what the average sales tax revenue might be per square foot for a general restaurant, and then to apply that to a Parklet to kind of understand what the sales tax generation is from eating establishments.
Yeah, I think that will be an important consideration in the rates. Of course, it'll vary widely, but we'll have ranges there. And then lastly, we've seen that our downtowns have been really, in some ways, saved through the last 2 years as a result of increased evening dining, and mostly by residents, but by people coming from surrounding towns. But in terms of locals using it, we're also anecdotally seeing a fairly significant uptick in people going there by bike, and thereby not utilizing parking spaces and increasing customers while not increasing demand for parking spaces. Have we provided any additional bike parking in the downtowns, or is it at all part of this program?
I'll ask Office of Transportation to weigh in if we added any additional bike parking downtown or perhaps Cal Ave in the last 2 years. It's not proposed to be required for a Parklet, but it's come up also at ARB's discussion around how to maybe use some spacing for additional bike parking near Parklets. Philip, I don't know if there's additional bike parking that's been added during the last 2 years.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official. No, I would say that any bike parking that's been added in the recent years have been part of recent development review requests, and certainly that's something that we've reviewed as temporary issues with the Parklets. As an example, we're looking at relocating and have relocated some bike parking, but no new or additional bike parking outside of that has been done, and most of it is really just relocation.
Okay, I hope we can get that on the list and other bike-related matters. I will note that the one I'm aware of is actually a reduction in bike parking on Ramona, where we had a bike corral, and now we often have bikes just piled up because we took away the bike corral where it was located at a request of one property owner, and did that immediately and haven't in months replaced it. And to me, that's a backward priority that I've been concerned about for the last 2 years in this whole program. Okay, I don't see any. Oh, now we have Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for your report on this. So I'll give some thoughts, and we'll probably ask a few questions. So in regards to Parklets, I think one of the topics that you guys mentioned, I know that there's been some conflict in the past, but when like pre-existing Parklet or Parklets have been already approved were when past another person's, let's say, storefront. I talked to the city manager a little bit about this, but in those cases, what's the problem with having them share the Parklet? And can that actually be done so that, because if someone already made an investment in that, can somebody else share it so that that investment in capital can be utilized?
Certainly, there would be no prohibition from the city standpoint on a business sharing a Parklet. I think what we have encountered is that folks may not want to share. Insurance purposes may not allow them to share. So they certainly maybe could have one that appears contiguous, but actually is two separate, but adjoining and abutting a situation. I think there's also situations where businesses don't want it in front because they're not a restaurant business. And so to them, the parklet is not a benefit that they can share with their neighbor.
And so what's your proposal? How do we handle that situation?
I would throw that over to Mr. Eggleston and Ms. Boyd. That's been a challenge that they've been trying to grapple with, how to help folks get along.
Well, yes, and this is not a question with an easy solution. So to date, I'll just back us up a little to when we first started this program. On an emergency basis, there was a lot of discussion with staff saying, would we consult with adjacent businesses or property owners? And at that time, we said no, given the emergency that our restaurant businesses faced with not being able to have indoor seating, at least on a temporary basis, we were going to move forward with having standards that said that as long as they met the other standards, they could put a parklet in front of neighboring businesses. Now, as we are coming out of the pandemic and we've started to run into some situations where we've got the neighboring businesses or property owners opposing this, we've looked at that and thought, well, what is fair is to really balance the interests of the restaurant owners who may have constructed one of these temporary parklets there with the property or other business owners. And where we've landed and actually had already updated the temporary guidelines was to say that we would no longer allow the parklets to be in front of neighboring businesses or properties where the property owner objected. And, for instance, one example we've heard is where there's a parklet that's in front of a neighboring building and there's a vacant space that's been there for some time, and the property owner has told us that they are unable to lease out that space because of the presence of the parklet. So that's just a kind of example of the sorts of circumstances we're starting to come across, although these have not been numerous to date.
Okay, well, definitely understand how we got here, but it's kind of difficult how to resolve it now. The other thought is, I've seen some parklets that kind of block the signage of others, right? So I like some of the ideas that you guys have here. Because in general, I think you don't want to, people want to be paying University Avenue rent and then suddenly be on a dark alley by having a parklet in front of them. So how do we handle that now? Like people made investments in these parklets. Some of them have these kind of, fancy wheels, but they're going to be blocking the signage of others. So, I mean, how do we do this in a way that kind of everyone could win?
I think that there is a way for everyone to win. I think part of it would just be folks coming to compromises with each other. And so that's part of what we're hoping the letter of support process would do is that, let's say I'm a retail business located next to a parklet. So for me, my signage is really important that people can see it, that folks across the street can look and see my business and say, oh, I'm going to go over there and go to that business. So in that case, it could be either the height of the parklet's roof, maybe is located in a way that provides line of sight. Maybe they choose not to have a roof in conjunction with their neighbor, but if they don't have that letter of support, then that applicant would be confined to the spaces that are directly, in front of their storefront.
If I could add, Councilmember Tanaka, just to connect this with some of the conversations I know that have been happening. There may ultimately be circumstances under which the city needs to decide what does reflect the balance of interests among different businesses and the interests of the city, let's say for activation of the street. And so in that circumstances, there may be a need to perhaps elaborate on a process, but at least to identify a process by which the city and perhaps the council itself would actually determine that having one business that does take a larger, let's say, footprint than others is beneficial, and to some of the earlier points, for some specified period of time that can be revisited over time.
Well, I guess the kind of the compass I'm using in terms of trying to decide this is how do we maximize the economic activity in the area? And so, I mean, this also has to do with, how much do people pay, right? And so, I've asked this before on the closed street, but I would also say for this as well, I think we definitely need to do some math there to understand what's going to make sense and what's going to make the area vibrant. Because you just look at the area, there's still a lot of vacancies. And so, how do we fill those vacancies? How do we? I would want to see that, and I'd be kind of cautious on the rents. I would slowly go up, right? Because we still have a lot of vacancies, like I said, and we've got to fill them somehow. And this could be an incentive, and also like some of the comparisons. I like how you had comparisons to other cities. This is actually really good, but in the comparisons, like our prices look way higher than others. So it makes me kind of think about that, right? Whether that makes sense or not. And so I think the other part is, I think this what's critical is that we also drive people to the sidewalks. Because I know like in the past, people have been going down the center and pretty much all these places became dark alleys, and we can't have it like that. So so it looks like you guys are taking steps in that direction. And of course, if the street's open, it's going to be like that by default. But we want to make sure that the people who pay for like a high street type of location get the kind of traffic that they expect. I know I'm out of time, so I'll have to finish up later. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Coop.
Thank you for the report. It was very informative, and also to the ARB for a great job. I wanted to find out, in the question about, so when the property owner claims that they're not renting out their space because somebody else's parklet is in front of their space, how do you look at if their rents are just too high and it's not renting out because their rents are just simply higher than most?
That certainly could be a factor. I don't know for the evaluation of the Parklet program if that is how we would determine what is appropriate. I mean, I suppose if, as Mr. Shikata suggested, there was a process by which someone could say, this my thing falls outside of the guidelines, but I think I should still have a parklet. Maybe that could be a factor in kind of evaluating the neighboring property owner's objection to understand more about what's happening at their specific property. And perhaps you could compare the rents there to the median or average rents throughout Palo Alto to see if they're competitive. But I think in just kind of a general sense, it may be, I guess it would be a case-by-case basis, I think, in that scenario versus kind of part of the standards.
Yeah, because, I look at it, this is somebody who is actually conducting business and they're successful. And then for the city, we're going to recoup some of that space rent. But at the same time, I think that the unit is empty and it's not really generating much. Whatever reason it is, one of the reasons could be the high rent. So it would be great if that's something that kind of gets a look into.
It could also just be part of, again, that case-by-case review to say, okay, it's one thing to object if you have an active store use and you don't want your store to be blocked, but if you have a vacant use, just to say, I don't want someone to have a parklet because I don't think it's good for my vacant store. Maybe the city does evaluate, well, until you get that space filled, again, there's circular argument because they're saying, well, I can't fill it because of the parklet. Maybe we could evaluate and understand more about that.
Great.
I do want to invite Mr. Eggleston if there's something different you wanted to offer in that use case. Again, as Public Works is managing most of the program, and I think the conflict resolution piece between neighboring businesses. It's okay if there's nothing, but I don't want to speak on your behalf.
Okay. Earlier, so cleaning was something that was on my mind, and I understand Mr. Eggleston said it's right now just by hand. And that's a lot of work. I was just kind of wondering, wasn't it sometime, was California Avenue ever deep cleaned, or was it, yeah? So what was the process that went through there for the deep clean?
I believe that was a couple of times during the pandemic. I think overall, when the closed streets were in place, both Calav obviously persisting and downtown, there was additional cleaning that was happening on a week by week and a monthly basis, in addition to what had been normal. And Brad, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I guess both downtown and in Cal Ave, the traditional practice has been street sweeping 3 times a week with blowers that blow out leaves and other materials in a manner so that they're picked up by the street sweepers. And obviously, as we've had the closed streets with a lot of street furniture of different types out there, we haven't always been able to do that work in the same way. I didn't mean to suggest that any cleaning that's happening is happening by hand, but I have heard from staff and had multiple discussions that there have been areas we haven't been able to maintain the same standards of cleanliness just because it would take a lot more staff time to have to do frequent hand cleaning in those areas. And I would say one of the things in a permanent program that we would want to be doing is really looking at the additional staffing needs for cleanliness and making sure that whatever fees are charged are able to support the efforts we would need to have the level of cleanliness that we would seek.
Right, thank you for adding that, because I was going to also mention that there is, the staff that's needed for that. In addition to, there's most likely fire and police as well. So that should be taken into consideration. I was wondering, going back to cleaning, sorry, how does the other cities do their cleaning? Do they have a set time, 2, 3 times a year? How do they go about doing it? Do they remove all of the parklets?
I don't believe we saw any city we've seen cities that have removed parklets from the temporary to their permanent program, but I don't know that we've seen cities that require like an annual removal of parklets in order to facilitate cleaning. I would certainly say many cities have a similar street sweeping schedule to what we have. And I think part of it is also the onus on the parklet permit holder in some of those hard to reach areas to maintain that cleanliness themselves. So sweeping out leaves if they accumulate in a smaller area so that, our staff aren't going by it by hand and sweeping and raking that out. I think that's important. Sophie, did you want to chime in? Sorry.
No, I think that covers it. I would have to follow up with cities to see on the operational end, sort of what's being implemented. I know, we're sort of just one step behind only a handful of cities. So I think it's sort of something that's happening as an iterative process as it comes along.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all.
Okay, now we'll go to members of the public. And let's see how many speakers we have. And Leslie, how many do we have signed up? Oh, only 3 so far. Okay. Well, then let's go ahead and begin with 3 minutes for each speaker. Our first speaker is John Schenk, to be followed by Nancy Kupel. Welcome.
Hello, are you there?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. John Schenk here of Thwaites Brothers. I thank you for the opportunity to just provide a couple of thoughts. I know you're just thinking tonight, but wanted to provide some thoughts. It's important, and I'm not saying that y'all have forgotten, but it's important that we not forget that the downtown is best when we're full of diverse shops and food establishments. And I know tonight's discussion's focused on parklets, which are predominantly used by restaurants. Might they be used by other uses? I think that should be allowed as well in the longer run. But we have to remember that the rest of the downtown does need parking and visibility and all of these things. And while we want the restaurants and food establishments to thrive, we really need to be careful to not hurt the rest of it, because we'll end up hurting our restaurants while we do that. It's also important to remember that those non-restaurant retailers have provided input to you guys and have provided the need for visibility and car access and all of those things, and that we not forget about that while we focus on parklets. I also encourage that during this interim period of time that we continue, or you guys really kind of ramp up and enforce the rules that you have. We're talking about future rules around cleanliness and safety and all of these things. We need to get to enforcing those now. There's no reason to kick the can on enforcement until there's a permanent plan. Please also ask Public Works to study our streets before rolling out a permanent program. Let's understand what our base is. Can we narrow the drive aisles? Can we expand the parklets? Give these retailers a little more square footage while not compromising safety? Can we, minimize the 4-foot elements that are in these diagrams, et cetera? What can we do with some striping, maintaining safety, but can we allow these permanent parklets to be a little bigger so they only have to be built once? My retailers really don't want you guys to mandate types of heaters. Let's allow types of heaters so long as they're operated safely, installed following best codes and practices, et cetera. Let's not micromanage them on this basis. As to parklets in front of neighboring properties, I think it needs to be handled thoughtfully. Retailers do come and go. Some go bankrupt. They're gone the next day. What happens to the parklets? And I do think you need to work with owners on what happens in front of their stores or their properties, because they may know that a retailer is leaving tomorrow and y'all get an agreement, but then that retailer is gone and the next retailer has a different business need, and we need a free flow of information there. And I do think you need to look at what does happen when a tenant does vacate the location. What happens to a parklet? Who maintains it? Who repairs it? Who's liable for what happens there? Think about those things, because I think that'll be best for the city in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Kupel, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all the time that City Council and staff have taken to review parklet policies with all the different factors involved. I wanted to repeat what Ed Shikada, our city manager, said. COVID's not over yet, and cases are increasing. And I think eventually we're going to be living with an endemic situation rather than a pandemic. Reminding everybody that these things were done for restaurants to be able to stay in business, all the more valid since the vacancy rate is at historically high levels in Palo Alto, and that needs to be remembered always. I believe that the city should follow public wishes for public property. And I think the public's spoken pretty loudly about liking parklets and pedestrian-friendly streets. The fees that would be generated should be for the purpose of the business to remain in business. And the sales tax revenue should be considered as part of those fees. For parklets in front of adjacent businesses, I believe the city should and can decide if there is not a possibility of obtaining a letter of support from adjacent building owners. That's very different than adjacent businesses, and that needs to be recognized. The other thing is to remember the reason we're doing this is to maximize the economic activity of our area and our city. So taking all these things into account, again, I want to thank City Council for everything they do. And regarding cleanliness, we do have our wonderful downtown streets team, which can be used. And I'm sure they'd be very happy to help us maintain all these areas clean, and including the closed portion of Ramona Street, which is a little piece of paradise in our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank John Schenk for identifying himself as being part of and representative of Thoit Brothers. I really appreciate that, as it's extremely important for the purpose of democracy that we speakers identify ourselves if we are potentially speaking on behalf of our own companies or companies that we own. And as always, I'm speaking on behalf of just myself. So thank you for that, Mr. Schenk. And I do appreciate the landlord point of view. And I'm guessing maybe the previous speaker also is a landlord, but I'm not sure. But what is really notably missing here, and I'm not helping that at all, is that there are no speakers from these businesses up here, because it is the small businesses, the small business retail and restaurants that really make, form the heart of our downtown areas. And I think I speak for hopefully everyone when I say that, it's just so nice that we have, the diverse ethnic restaurants like John Schenk mentioned and retail, rather than a street of big box, Target, etc. Really, these small businesses create the great small town feel that I think, we all enjoy. It'd be really important to get their point of view here. As to the Parklets themselves, I can see how there's a lot of, struggle and back and forth about them. I think that, like most people, that they are a great idea if implemented appropriately. But I also think that personally that the closure of the streets is the best of all. And I'm very, very sympathetic to the point of view from the business owners that closing streets is hard, because cars can't get to the businesses, but that can be mitigated and ameliorated so easily by having a robust system of free shuttles. You can go and look at Mountain View's system of free shuttles. It's paid for largely by Google and the other huge employers that pay their large company business tax. And it really helps everybody to have public free shuttles, electric shuttles. I don't think anybody wants all these cars on the street, but we need an alternate way. So I vote for closures and definitely for Parklets if done responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. And that appears to conclude our public comment period, so we can come back to the council for discussion and direction to staff. Would like to go first? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I have a lot of comments. Probably could take a couple of rounds, but I think one of the things is it seems like we're getting a lot of comments about basically all-weather extensions. And so I think council should be really clear. Is the goal here kind of an all-weather indoor space in a parking spot, or is it outdoor dining? I think that really will drive some of the design guideline discussion. It's interesting that 30% are 4 more parking spots in size. And I think Councilmember Filsa started to talk about it. This is starting to look at not an interim measure, but what would a long-term leasing program really look like? I think it'd be useful to look at more programs that existed before COVID. If there were cities that had parklets then, I think San Diego was pre-COVID. And I had the clerk send out some details on some of their design guidelines and requirements. San Diego had parklets, and they had what they called temporary parking lane usage, and they had different design requirements. So that you could do lower cost construction for temporary use in COVID, which I thought it was a useful distinction. San Diego limits applicants to storefront only. Can't use fire lanes, curb ramps, handicap spots. You have to be fire code compliant. If you're in a historic district, you have to go through historic review. They could be removed at 30 days notice by the city if they want to do maintenance or repairs. You have to have insurance, and you have to have access panels for gutter and water flow beneath the parklet. So when I think about aesthetics, I do think it's important that we would have different parklet rules for open streets versus closed streets. The thing about setbacks and barriers to the street seem wasteful when you're on a closed street like Ramona or California. I'd support the staff recommendation on no tents, no vinyl, no canopies. From an SCAP perspective, I like the phase out of the propane gas. One thing I'd like to add is maybe no AstroTurf, which I don't think doesn't look very nice. And personally, I think we should state a strong preference for plants as barriers. We saw some of those images of Santa Barbara. I think, again, when there's a lot of green space, it looks pretty nice. We haven't really had any discussion about artificial plants, but personally, I would favor more greenery. I also thought maybe we should think about neutral colors. I mean, we talk about high quality materials. I saw the ARB, there seemed to be some support for using colors for seats and chairs, but maybe the parklet itself could be a more neutral color. I would support the 36-inch height, the lower height limit. Lighting, my only concern would be if we did have parklets show up in other areas of the city where maybe the lighting would be disruptive. I'm not really in favor of a lot of signage on parklets. I'm a little bit concerned about the plethora of signs, so I think we should be really careful about that. And I think it would be good to say, either you get a parklet or a sidewalk encroachment, but not both. And again, we have one restaurant on a closed street with sidewalk encroachment and a parklet and street usage, and it's about a 4-foot clearance on the sidewalk. On terms of street use, I think we should be really clear about things like handicap spots, loading zones, bike racks, curb ramps, bus stops. Just, parklets should not go in those places. I think on Cal Ave, we've blocked some of the curb ramps. And one thing that the report was totally silent on was any discussion about parking demand and how much inventory how much excess parking does the city have? How much should we convert? And I really do think we need to have a discussion about that. If we start to lease so much parking space that, the cost to mitigate exceed the revenue from the parklets themselves, that's going to be an issue. And we have pre-COVID data on hand for our downtown areas. When we get to value and leasing, I really think the city needs to act as a property manager, lease this space, and we should have an idea of how much basically inventory we have. And then again, as we lease spots, particularly for restaurants, we're potentially increasing the need for parking. So it's just something we need to think about. I did see some cities, I think, had a limit of X% of the spots in a street segment. Could be parklets, or maybe we have some total amount. And in terms of zoning, I know I'm going kind of fast, but, if a parklet's in a historic district or in front of a historic building, San Diego has a historic review, and that seems like a extremely reasonable approach to me. It's not really something we've talked about, but it makes a lot of sense. So in terms of leasing, I think if we think this through logically, I mean, there's a lot of issues with, is it the store owner? Is it the property owner? Is it the city that determines where a parklet can be? I think we have two choices. I think either we limit it to the storefront of the applicant, or the city should act as a landlord and lease the spots completely separately from the storefronts. You can think of it like kiosks in a mall or like Santana Row. And really the store, if the business wants a spot, they can lease it from the city, but they really have no say in the management of that spot. So if the city decided to lease 4 spots and they went in front of other businesses, that would be a relationship between the city and the parking spot, nothing to do with the buildings. And that's where I think the 8-foot sidewalk clearance really becomes important. And if we really think of it that way, then I think you need to start to think about lease terms. If we're really going to require electric heating, it seemed like maybe a 3 to 5 year lease or something on that order would be, reasonable. And then we really need to start to worry about enforcement and remedies. What if somebody stops paying the rent? The guidelines say that they have to be removed at the expense of the store owner, but if that store owner goes bankrupt, who's on the hook? And again, just like a property manager managing tenants, I think that's the role the city would have to step into. And I think I've gone over. I'll save the rest of my comments for the next round. Thanks.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks. So let me just do a laundry list of stuff here in no particular order, but a bunch of thoughts on this, right? So, but first initially, and I think, we sort of all touched on this, I think outdoor dining, is a hit in Palo Alto. And so, yeah, I think we should extend it to the end of the year and not have them all go away in June. But I think, I'm sort of thinking of what we're doing here, as a couple other people have said, is, we're starting to plan for, what permanent might look like, right? As we shift here, right? Because outdoor dining looks like something that the community likes, right? Okay, so just a couple things on alcohol permitting. I think, if somebody's licensed for serving alcohol inside their restaurant, then it ought to be really straightforward to allow them to serve alcohol on their parklet, because either we trust them to serve alcohol responsibly or we don't. And if we do, it shouldn't matter whether it's indoors or in their parklet. So that would be really easy. I kind of agree with the mayor on bike parking. I do think we're seeing sort of the shift in that we've seen, obviously, from the pandemic, a shift in the mix of sort of people who live nearby versus people driving here from a long way away. And we should make sure that we take care of that. Sidewalls is kind of interesting here. And so sorry to get a little bit touchy-feely, okay? But I think, what we've learned is that people like outdoor dining. It's an experience we sort of haven't had in Palo Alto the way that, other parts of the world do and so forth. If you go look at all those tents on California Avenue, it's not clear to me what the difference between that is and just more indoor space, other than, you have a different landlord, right? And it's not the different experience. So if we're going to allow people to put up permanent wall or wall-like barriers, I think we need to think through, are we just leasing out extra indoor space at a discount to existing commercial rates, as opposed to providing an experience to residents and visitors that they couldn't get otherwise? And I think we ought to approach as we sort of, well, should it be clear? Should it be roll up and roll down? I think that's the distinction we ought to keep in mind, right? As far as space that's not in front of your own storefront, I think this is one of the thorniest ones we're going to deal with. I'm curious. I noticed that some other cities don't even allow that. It's like you got the one in front of yours and that's it. Is that common? I saw San Diego does that.
Ms. Gable-Scheinbaum, did you find that to be common in terms of what cities permit in front of other storefronts?
So most cities that do allow the extension of the parklet beyond the storefront do require either a letter of acknowledgement or a letter of support from the adjacent business that will have the extension of the parklet in front.
And is that a sizable number? Is it most of them or only a couple of them, or is that?
I would say of the ones that have the permanent program, it's the majority.
It is the majority. Okay. Okay. Well, so, I mean, I think, yeah, that's one that we, hopefully we'll gain some experience. It's not it feels complicated to me because, as somebody pointed out, you might make an agreement, right? But then your neighbor changes hands or changes their mind or their needs change or something like that. And it's sort of, okay, what's the process by which this gets renewed and so forth? And how do we be fair to everybody? And it might be that we need to go in the direction of, I think Councilmember Du Bois described the city as landlord or something like that. Feels complicated. So I hope we put enough effort and attention into making that one right. I agree there's a difference between open and closed streets. I agree we need to protect the sidewalks. We do want people walking on them, especially on the closed streets where there's non-food retail there that, needs sidewalk traffic. And in that vein, I think we also need to be deliberate about the loss of parking spaces. You go down Cal Avenue and it's great if you're going to eat there, but it used to be that, you would go down Cal Avenue because you're going to go to, the cobblery or the paint store or something like that. And now there's no place to park unless you sort of scrounge, right? Deliberate about sort of how we do that. Okay, and that's my time.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more questions. I thought staff made a reasonable argument for having fees that were going to be high enough to be able to offset the cost of the program, but still not too high that it's going to deter potential applicants. Do we know? But it's kind of then difficult to do this analysis as far as what those fees should be without really understanding how much staff anticipates the cost of this program to be. Do we have any thoughts on those costs? Any estimates at this time?
That's a great question. I think Mr. Eggleston suggested perhaps a half-time FTE or half of an FTE to manage the ongoing kind of program maintenance beyond just the review of the applications. And you can correct me if that's wrong.
So looking at the options in front of us, would staff then have a recommendation on what would the fee need to be in order to cover that half FTE?
I think where we perhaps run into our challenge in estimating is to estimate where the fee would be, like how many folks, given whatever the fee is, would then transition to continue to have a parklet, and so kind of balancing that. I don't have the dollar amount estimate of that staff cost handy, but that's kind of the struggle we've been trying to think through, that sweet spot. And we could certainly do some further analysis to try to, guesstimate maybe percentage of permanent parklets that come to existence at this fee, where that would fall.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think moving forward, if we are treating this more of a study session with that, I think having a better understanding, I understand the limitations tonight, but I think that would be helpful because I'm interested in that. I think having us cover those costs is important. But I do agree with a lot of what a lot of the restaurants raised, or just a lot of the business owners raised in some of the letters of support that we've received regarding the additional sales tax revenue to the city, as well as just the benefit to the community as far as just being able to dine outside, or, as the mayor has put it, kind of creating a greater sense of community in these shared spaces. So I'd like to see how we can structure this in a way to be able to achieve all those goals. Is there anything that precludes a retail shop from using a parklet to display their goods in a way similar to how a restaurant might use a parklet?
Certainly, as the staff have proposed the program, it would be for restaurants, but there's nothing that would prevent the council from choosing to have it be available for other types of uses, whether it's retail or other types of uses could have a parklet.
And have we seen any models like that in other communities? I mean, I know I've been to places that have like a sidewalk sale that's a special for a weekend, and that's always a fun vibe on the street. I've never seen it permanent. I'm curious, are there any models of that?
I don't know, Ms. Gablesheim, if you encountered retail parklets as a frequent. I know in some areas, in some cities, San Francisco does allow a variety of uses to have a parklet associated with their business. And so it may just be for seating. I think we've seen examples, I want to say in Philadelphia, where they may have more like recreational things like a swing or something that's a little bit less related to a specific business, but still in that parking space, kind of more as a public amenity, kind of something interesting, more like a really fun bench, I guess you might think. Ms. Gablesheim, is there any examples of retailers in California using parklets?
The main example that I saw would be like a fitness center using, and that was primarily during the COVID era, of having a fitness class or some sort of fitness equipment outside to utilize during the height of the pandemic. A few cities do allow, quote unquote, sort of any business that wants to apply to have one. But for the majority of the cities that we looked at, and especially regionally, it's limited to restaurants.
I think that would be an interesting avenue to explore. I think just on an equity basis to be able to provide that. And I can see, I don't know about a really fun bench. It's an interesting example, but I can see some fun creative uses being put there. So I'd like to explore that a little more. And then my final kind of question, since I'm running out of time here. So my understanding is that originally only an adjacent business owner could object to a parklet expanding past the footprint of a business. Now staff though is proposing to add the property owner as well. Does staff kind of see any particular reason for that addition? I understand from the conversation tonight, it seems like this is going to be more factors, I guess, for staff to be able to weigh when making the ultimate decision, and it's not determinative. So if one of them object, it's then over. But can you explain maybe the reasoning for why we want to include a property owner objection as well?
I believe that the reason is because, kind of as the example that was given of the property owner with a vacant storefront trying to lease it, or perhaps they know something that's going to be coming into that space that is not obvious from looking at it, that would be that where a parklet might be incompatible with spreading in front of that use. So, and Brad's ready to jump in as well.
Yeah, can I jump in just to add, Councilmember Stone, I think I heard you saying that originally we only allowed an adjacent business owner to object. And if I heard that correctly, originally we didn't allow anyone to object, adjacent business owners or property owners. Because of the emergency situation, we said that the city would decide, and we encouraged people who wanted parklets to work with their neighbors and cooperate. But ultimately, I think there were even circumstances where we didn't have acceptance from neighbors and we still approved the parklets. And at the point where we changed the guidelines to say that neighboring businesses could object, we did that concurrently with the property owners for the reason that Ms. Tanner said and that I described of some of the complaints we've gotten from property owners about things like spaces they were unable to lease.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I see the logic in having an adjacent business owner from being able to raise an objection, especially if they want to pursue their own parklet. A property owner, I don't see the need as well. Maybe it can be more of in an informal way. Maybe we can create kind of two forms of objection. I don't know how helpful that would be for staff in your determination, but I do like ultimately, I think what the city manager was describing as far as an analysis of kind of the totality of the circumstances that staff is going to review, and even if there are objections or whatever else, that staff will ultimately decide what is best for the community. Because I do agree ultimately with Councilmember Du Bois, this is public property and we need to use it to the best for the public. So those are my thoughts on that. I'll continue on the second round.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So just listening to the members of the public and some of my colleagues this evening, I don't think this is just an economic decision. It really adds a lot of visual interest to the streets. It gives you that piazza feel. It takes, going to a restaurant from a private event to really something that's really more community-based and public. So I just want to say I disagree with that characterization. When I first read through all the standards, I thought, oh my gosh, Palo process, here we go again. This is the colors and this was has to look like. But then I was reflecting on the fact that this really is, a semi-permanent change to our landscape. And it's very visually, obvious to people around the town. And I think given that, it's appropriate for us to apply the same high standards to that we do to really, any other project. Propane heaters. So let me just say that since we're making a semi-permanent change to the landscape, I don't think these are going to be inexpensive changes. I will look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say, but I don't think we should be allowing propane heaters for the safety reasons that have been identified both to the structure and to the patrons. We require all electric new construction for homes. It is feasible here, so that's where I'll be on that topic. And I realize that it will be an added expense. 8 feet of sidewalks, yes, for sure. We definitely have some cramped areas in California Avenue that we need to fix. Appreciate the requirements listed on page 167 that others have mentioned around disabled parking, loading zone, and bike parking. We got to figure these out. There have definitely been some, repeated suggestions. Can we use the end of the alleyways at California Avenue? Can we use part of the area at Ramona? I mean, I'm sure this is fixable. Vegetation and colors. Oh my goodness, we get into like subjective standards. But I think that makes such a big difference, right? It takes it from something that, just is drab and matches the business behind it, which sort of makes sense, to something that is, has a little bit of a visual interest. So I'm supportive of both vegetation, real vegetation, not artificial turf. And, colored pillows, that sounds like it'd be very nice. Page 182, having to match the business decor also makes sense, right? And you would think that the business would be, would be supportive of that. A couple other things. Open versus closed streets. I will be interested, not at this moment, but when this comes back, and having staff help us think through how the program should differ in those two areas. I think it's less about the charges and the and the structure, and more about what are the amenities around it. What is the area in the middle? Lease length is definitely an interesting thing to reflect on. I think 1 year might be pretty short if we're actually going to be in the business of being, a quote landlord and doing leases, and people are going to make what are non-trivial investments. We might want to look at a longer lease term. So just as a thought experiment on this thorny issue, as Councilmember Phil said, and everyone's dancing around the fact that there's, at least one example of a conflict. I wonder if in the new version, one way to think about it is whoever's storefront is or owner business, we'll sort that out, has a space in front, they have the right of first refusal. If they choose not to use it, then that would be available to someone else as a rental. Just thinking through how do we get out of where we are to what would be fair going forward in, a variety of situations. Let's see. Oh, wow, made it through. Finally, okay, these numbers are really confusing. I'm on slides 19 and 20, And I feel like staff has given us a remarkably large range without actually tying the numbers to what they said. So help me understand what a percentage is. I see numbers ranging from $600 to $12,600, and that seems like a pretty big range. And that's an annual cost for one space. So can you help us narrow this down a bit?
So do you want to start on slide 19? So with that, that's a parking space value. So looking again at other cities, there really were kind of two methods. One is looking at the cost for the parking space. And so our closest approximation is the $25 a day. And then it's just kind of costed out to say, if you do $25 a day by $365 a year, it's $9,000-ish per space. And so if you scale that up for 2 and 3 parking spaces for a parklet, you have the annual cost and then the monthly, if you break it down to a monthly cost, what that would be.
Sorry, you were still on 19 though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so in the staff report, it says a fraction of the daily parking rate though. So
if
that's the full parking rate, right?
This is the full. So council might say, we like this method, but we don't think it should be the full cost. It should be 10%, 20%, 50% of this might seem like a more, let's say, reasonable amount.
Okay. And that's where we go look at the other table with the list of cities.
No. Well, yes. The other table with the list of
Okay.
cities, but that table, which is on slide 22.
Okay.
So if you look at slide 22, you can see in the right-hand column, and sorry, the colors makes it a little hard to read. You can see that there are other cities that use kind of a parking space valuation. Walnut Creek is very similar and also has a relatively high cost overall, $7,000 compared to some of the other cities' costs. And they've, again, taken the cost of the daily parking revenue annualized to approximate that. Our cost per space is much higher, 9,000. But again, council may say, we like that approach, but we think we want to do a fraction of that full amount for the parklet cost.
Okay. So you're recommending a fraction of that if we use that approach. Okay. Now let's walk through the commercial leases. So then
I'm sorry, can I just jump in really quickly? Apologies, Chief Transportation Official Philip Cami here. I just want to mention that the $25 a day parking permit price that we've used here is actually our parking pricing for our garages and lots. Just to mention that we don't currently charge for parking, obviously, on the streets where the parklets would be.
We have to give the 2-hour discount. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Understood. And I noted that in the staff report. This is not a finished space, right? Okay. All right. Will the mayor permit? I know others went over. Just have staff finish this answer.
I'll let you know if you have a problem.
Great.
Thank you.
So then for slide 20, this is kind of saying the second method would be if you look at commercial rents, column 2, rental rate, the average rate in different parts of Palo Alto. If you take that and apply it to one parklet space, so if you use $63 per square foot as in downtown, apply that to one parking space, that'd be about $12,600. What we've seen other cities do is use a similar method, but then say we're only going to take a fraction of that value. So I believe it was Mountain View and Burlingame did 9%. So we have 10% here, 30% and 50% of that amount.
Thank you.
Okay. First, I'll start off by reminding us that we set as a council priority economic recovery and transition. And we were very deliberate in adding the term transition because we acknowledge that things are changing. Our retail environment is changing. Our work models from offices are changing to hybrid work models. And so we're embracing that we're trying to get a handle on how to make those changes work for our community and for our economics. One of the things on parking adjacency is I was at Stanford Shopping Center for the first time in quite a while, and it was booming on yesterday, and all their parking is hundreds of yards away from most of their retail, and it doesn't bother anybody at all. It's amazing, and it exhibits what a really well-designed pedestrian retail environment can do in actually attracting more shoppers, more vibrancy. We were, Councilmember Koo and or Vice Mayor Koo and Councilmember Du Bois and I met a couple months ago with folks from Belgian Flemish Trade Office. They've mentioned that they've closed off a whole bunch of their cities, most of their small cities. And I asked them, what are you doing on the retailers to make sure that they are thriving as well? And they said, you know, the more we've invested in this, just more people come and it becomes more vibrant and everybody is successful. I saw that we got some letters from a whole series of both restaurants and goods retailers on Ramona Street who said that, in fact, they're seeing an upturn in their vibrancy of their businesses, including the goods retailers, as a result of what's happened on Ramona Street. And that was really illuminating. I do want to echo what and follow up to what Councilmember Philseth was asking of what's our vision? Is this additional indoor space on the streets, or is it al fresco outdoor space? And I think we want to lean toward the latter. That also goes into our rental rates. I don't think they should be calibrated to indoor lease rates. When I look at the what we have as standard rental rates, we have not, these folks aren't renting these parklets by the day. They're renting them by the year. We have annual passes, parking passes, and we actually, the value calibration is a little different because we can oversell because not every space is used every day. But that's kind of the rule of thumb that I would look at for what we should be using to compare the cost of that. And I want to build in an understanding of, well, but what other revenue are we getting as a city as a result of the increased retail sales? And I think that should be a factor as well. I also want to talk about this issue of how do we help retailers? And there are a number of ways we can that we aren't doing yet. We're not marketing well. We don't have wayfinding signs, electronic wayfinding. At Cal Ave, we still don't have even gateway signs. But we also, this question that Councilmember Stone was asking about goods retailers in parklets and on sidewalks. We have this in Palo Alto right now. The cobblery has done this in the last 6-9 months, and that has had a really favorable impact for them. But frankly, I find it favorable for the vibrancy of the street. It's a European model. I'll also add that Santa Barbara does this quite a lot, and it really works. I saw for the first time on the farmer's market on Sunday that they've rented to essentially a kiosk jewelry retailer as part of the farmer's market. I think that'll be something that it adds vibrancy, but I want to make sure that we're not having those pop-ups that in some way further compete with our existing retailers, which I think really needs to be our top priority now, but it's something that longer term, or maybe types of goods that are not offered otherwise on the street is maybe the way to think of what we would allow on pop-ups. But I do think that it's an established model. You go to retail Europe, and that it's really commonplace. And it's not that those stores are principally selling their goods from the street. They do some of that. It draws people into the store, and you can ask the cobblery, and that they've become as much of a gift shop as they have a cobblery. And it's all part of, they've adjusted to the transition in the retail model that's happening, and are starting to have good response to that. On the rental rates, I forget who had mentioned it, but maybe it was Councilmember Tanaka, that I do think we should consider a stepped rate, maybe a 2-year implementation, so that it's not so abrupt. And then there are a number of things that I think are appropriate to kick back to the ARB. One of the things is in colors. I've seen a lot of places where whether it's the the design of the fabric roofs in many places are really aesthetic and interesting. And I have a whole bunch of pictures that I bring back and say, that was really cool. And it's a combination of colors and designs, but even colors in some of the what do we call it? The borders. And maybe that's something that we want the ARB to have a standard set, and then if someone wants exceptions, they can go to the ARB. But I still have photos I can send from New Zealand that were this kind of thing, and I went, wow, that is really cool. So just a whole, it's where we start intermixing art and physical structure. I am concerned tonight. It's pretty clear that we're not going to get into the clear direction on all these aspects. A problem is that we're going to leave people hanging. We have a whole bunch of these restaurants who would like to move away from the very temporary structures. I've heard they have designs. And until we give some greater clarity, they can't pull the trigger on it. And so we're in a dilemma there, and I don't know that we're going to be able to fit in this before the end of the year, before the end of the fiscal year in our vacation. But I think it's kind of an imperative that we figure out how we can give, what form of green light we can give so that folks can move forward. I do agree that I see that we've had some better interim enforcement on Ramona. We haven't started doing that on Cal Ave, but I think that that's important. I do want to clarify on this issue of adjacent property owners. We have, fortunately, the staff report captures the motion correctly, bottom of page 6. It says accommodate parklets adjacent to restaurants where they are not interfering with neighboring consumer businesses that oppose. So it's two standards, that they don't interfere and opposition. And I just have to disagree that there was some implication that motion applied to business or property owners. It applied to neighboring consumer businesses. And somehow staff expanded that interpretation. If they want to say they use their own discretion to do that, that's fine. But that is not what was in the council direction. We gave a motion that was unambiguous in that regard. It can be changed. That's okay. Let me move on to other folks, and I guess we're probably going to want a final round to boot. So, Council Member Tanaka.
Okay, so just to continue on. So I think the other part that's also really tricky here is how do we handle the transition? So some people invested a boatload of money in these parklets, and so I'm just trying to think of how is that handled. So hopefully staff has thought about that as you go from the current to the new rules. And I don't know, does staff have much thought how do we handle this?
And specifically to the fees, or just overall how to transition from?
Well, like you have to have a hard roof versus a fabric roof, and how do we handle this so that we don't kill people yet? Because right now I'm the first to admit that it's not as aesthetically pleasing as it could be, right? So
Yeah.
how do you get there?
We have put some thought to it. I think it is a sticky issue just in terms of, businesses have already invested in some cases a great deal in their existing parklet, and some of the retrofitting, particularly making sure that there's sufficient space at the curb for drainage. That would be an area where folks may have to replace part of their parklet. We've tried to come up with a solution that we think would be relatively low cost. They don't have to take up the entire platform, just the section that's needed, things like that. In some cases, it may be a simple transition. You have a fabric roof, now you're building a solid one. And so maybe the frame can still stay. But I think it would be a case-by-case look at what is the condition of that existing parklet and where it has to transition to.
And if I might just add one thought to that, really would reinforce the importance of the discussion you're having tonight. And ultimately, having the council provide the clarity of the future state that the city would like to see with respect to our parklets will really enable us to have more specific discussions with the businesses on how to get there. So it really would certainly encourage the council to focus on that future state as the immediate decisions, and again, to as much clarity as we can, as quickly as we can, recognizing that transition will certainly be something that we'll need to work through with the businesses.
Okay. Okay, let me give some comments here. So I think that in terms of heaters, I think, let's listen to the discussion about, well, how do people get power, and do they have to upgrade their circuit and all this kind of stuff. I think, eventually we want to go all electric, but I think in the meantime, what do people do? And so I think we have to allow for propane in the meantime. And then I also have noticed the lack of bike parking now. So I found there, in Sunset, I don't know where to park my bike. So definitely an issue. I think others have pointed out. As I mentioned earlier, aesthetics. I think we have a certain I think Palo Alto has been known for its retail area, and I think there's a certain aesthetics that we need, and right now it's not there. It's kind of like really haphazard. So I think some design standards and so a certain level is going to be important. I actually also seen some when I was in Madrid. I seen some people really use public space. The retailers use public space really well. They basically use it like demo space. They use it a way to get people into the retail store. So they would have people like performing. I saw this one toy store, and he had this really cool thing where you pull it and then the things shoot up, and it's an LED light. It's actually really neat. And so it got a lot of people at the store because people were like, wow, that's kind of cool. So anyway, so I think that's something that could be used by retailers. And the one thing that we have to think about as we contemplate making this more permanent is what about parking, right? How do we keep so I think we put a hold on the downtown garage for some time now, but maybe if we do that, how do we need to make sure that people do have a place to park as well. So I think that's something we have to think about, and how do we handle that. And one thought I had also is what's really important here is also the curation of the space. And I know for the city, you guys are trying to do your best, but it's really hard to know like how do we curate the space so that it's stronger with complementary uses. And you look at some places where they do it really well, like Stafford Shopping Center. It's kind of a unified vision, and they kind of know what to put next to what other type of retailer or restaurants, and it kind of gets really tight synergy. And so one thought here also is what if maybe the property owner should be much more involved, because they have a huge incentive to rent out their space. And so by doing that, by having the property owner be more involved, or helping to curate the space versus the city, because the city itself is hard. We're not really set up for that. We're not really retail experts or restaurant experts. I wonder if that might be a way to, because everyone has the right incentive to try to maximize the economic activity. And I also thought one of the comments made earlier, which was the first right of refusal, was also kind of interesting idea as well. But anyways, let's see. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I want to align myself with most of the comments that Councilmember Philsev and Du Bois made. I also want to say that a member of the public who said a diverse downtown is used by many diverse businesses. So I do believe that is true and necessary in order to have a diverse downtown. So it's not just about restaurants, it's also about retail, neighborhood serving businesses, so forth. So to take all of that into consideration as we're moving forward with removing parking spaces for parklets. Also, the other matter that the member of the public did say was that we should start enforcement of the rules and make rules for the interim period. So compliance enforcement, because you know what, he didn't say, the person didn't say this, but I also see that what we do now reflects what we're going to do in a permanent, if it becomes permanent. And I think that we should build the confidence of not only the users, but also for the residents and everybody that come into Palo Alto. So certainly regulations would be important. So most of what ARB had recommended, I think that those are all very wise ways to move forward. I do want to make sure that as we're doing all of the street closure, the parklets, that deliveries for loading and unloading is also taken into consideration. I think diverting it sometimes where there is a space for it and then diverting it to impact another area might be problematic. Also, I do want to make sure that the cost recovery for staff time taken all into consideration. Then there's also maintenance and repair for the street, you know, scratches or digs into grooves and so forth. But also, I think this is a business opportunity. It is a business opportunity, and really the city and the voters here should not be subsidizing the use of this public space. So I was just kind of looking at what else. The landscaping and planters, you know, I think having a similar design, you know, based on what ARB recommended, that's fine. But I think, you know, definitely having planters available is great. Whether they want to put something in it or not, that's entirely, that might be up to them. It's also for protection, right? But definitely we would encourage more of the greenery and flowers. I think if they're going to have a parklet, trash and debris is something that the user or the permit holder should be looking into cleaning. After all, you know, this is their space. This is going to be their place of to conduct business. Fairness, sidewalls at 36 at the ARB's recommendation. I think that is also very wise, since we want to make sure that we're fair to all the businesses that is there on the that is around them. I have been a very big opponent to the use of sidewalks for table setups, for podiums, for sandwich boards, whatever, simply because I think that, you know, that really takes away space. I mean, I see on some of the pictures that is in your slide deck, and it does take over a lot of space. And I've seen that myself on California Avenue when it was on University Avenue, and even now on Ramona. So I would like to make sure that we are fair to pedestrians so that they have a space to walk and to walk safely without feeling like they're walking through somebody else's private area or potentially tripping. And also, of course, for ADA compliance, we should be recognizing that. I also noticed that there's a lot of bicycles that are chained to trees. So I would like to discourage that kind of intrusion, because it also intrudes into the sidewalks. But I would support the extension that you're requesting so that ARB can further review these design guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had one round. We're now over our allotted time. And so any final comments, we should try to direct, not only be brief, but try to direct toward wrap up. Councilmember Du Bois.
So I didn't really speak to, like, what is the value of a public space, right? What is the proper rent? There is going to be a market rate. And I think the question is who's going to capture that value? And I think actually Vice Mayor Koo started to get to this point about whether we're going to subsidize the space. And I think part of it's tied to the rules about who determines the use of the space. So if we don't charge market rent, but we allow a storefront to have rights to a parklet, I think eventually the property owner will capture the value in the incremental rent. One of the members of the public wrote this to us, and I think it really is a correct analysis. So if the city is a steward of public land, again, I don't really see any other option but for us to lease as the landlord and capture the value for the taxpayers. And it really should be based on the value, not the cost. So the construction parking rate, the daily rate, that didn't really seem useful to me. This is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, probably for multiple years. In the report, there was the parking in lieu fee, which to me seems much more reasonable. That was amortized over 10 years. And it roughly came out to be the same as the commercial square footage rate. So I think our in lieu fee is $127,000. If you divide that by 10, it's $12,700 a year per spot. It's about $1,000 a month. And so for somebody paying, $350 for a restaurant, they're probably paying $85,000 a year. This seems like an additional nominal amount for revenue generating space. And again, if we don't charge it and we're not careful about our rules, I think the property owners will eventually just charge it in the rent for the building. I think our in lieu fee has been kept up to date as we build garages, so I think it's pretty accurate. One could imagine a vendor renting parklets and running a business there without any storefront, and I think maybe that's something we should allow. If we're going to lease the space out, people could apply. And I also don't think really the other taxes an occupant may pay are really relevant. If they pay sales tax or utility transfer tax, delivery restaurants generate a lot of sales tax. So I think the question here is really, what is the cost to privatize this public land? And we should think about it that way. On the temporary ordinance, I was really interested in seeing if we approve it tonight, if we could update it to start to include some of the things that we anticipate. So things like no vinyl, no tents, no canopies, maybe start the phase out of the gas heaters now. If anybody creates a new parklet, maybe add this sidewalk parklet exclusion. So if you can't have a sidewalk encroachment and a parklet. And again, there was a lot of discussion tonight about the closed streets. I think most of these parklet requirements are driven by needs on open streets with vehicles going by. I really think we should have a different standard for a closed street with potentially larger structures that go beyond the parking spot. I would also, again, state a strong preference for plants as barriers. But again, I think one of the big things is us really deciding if we're going to operate as a landlord. I think we can get input from adjacent stores and property owners, but we have to understand there can be bad actors out there who don't want maybe what the city wants or what we think is best for the public. And so I think if we confer any rights on even a first right of refusal, I think we're going to get in trouble. I mean, if a parklet is there and a new building moves in, does that building have the first right of refusal? I think it's going to be cleanest if the city simply leases these spots. And nobody has an absolute right, other than the applicant to remove it and the city. But that really gets back to knowing what our inventory is. If we get into a heated battle, say with two property owners on a block, and they want to lease essentially all the parking spots on that block, I think we're going to be much better served if we had decided ahead of time how many spots are available for rent, rather than get ourselves into, some huge argument after the fact. So I know you said this was a study session. I don't know if you want any motions tonight.
I would say if we can move fairly quickly to certain motions, that is fine tonight. But if it's going to go into a prolonged debate, then probably ought to pass on that.
Yeah, so I hope a lot of the comments I made will be taken into account for the long-term permanent plan. My motion was really around the temporary ordinance. And I'd be interested, like I said, in updating the temporary ordinance to say no vinyl, no tents, no canopies.
I'm sorry, you mean no new ones, or you're talking about requiring replacement of existing ones in the temporary basis?
Yeah, I think it's something we should debate. Certainly no new ones, but again, I think if we're moving to these permanent requirements, we need to start to phase these things out.
Yeah, I just, can I offer a comment on that before we go? I don't see how we go in this interim mode of, if somebody has a temporary structure, which I'm not a fan of.
Yep.
But if we're saying that they have to get rid of those and upgrade those before they make the investment in the permanent that could be real significant, we're asking them to make a significant investment for a short period of time.
Or just remove it. So like John Shank said tonight, if we're going to start to clean up, start to worry about safety, if we say no tents, again, they can have outdoor dining, but they can't really have an enclosed tent. Again, we're going to be extending this permanent ordinance or the temporary ordinance for months. So I don't really see an issue with that.
Okay, that's your option.
Okay. So I haven't really wordsmithed the motion, but I'll attempt to make a motion, which would be that we update the temporary ordinance to disallow the use of vinyl tents and canopies, that we don't let parklets block handicap parking spots or curb ramps, that we would state a strong preference for the use of plants as barriers, and that we would start to shift to 36 inches in height, and that we would also ask staff to consider the request for having some pre-approved designs as we move towards the permanent program.
And clerk, our screen is not working again, so we're not seeing.
And again, I'm flexible on this stuff, but I think it's important that we start to move towards where we think we're going to be.
Well, let's see if you have a second. I don't know if people, oh, we've got it on our small screens.
A stiff to consider the business's request for pre-approved designs as part of the permanent parklet ordinance.
Is there a second?
Is it done?
Except for, yeah. Is anybody intending to second?
I'll second.
No, I have things under control. Thanks.
I'll second, yes.
You are second.
Yes.
So second by Councilmember Coop, or Vice Mayor Coop.
So again, these are things that are in the permanent ordinance. I'm open to modification or amendments, but I think it's time that we start to make this transition between the temporary and the permanent. And so if we can identify some things that we know we want, tonight's a good night to start.
Okay, Vice Mayor Coop, did you want to speak to your second?
I think I spoke earlier, so I will pass.
Councilmember Stone, were you wanting to speak to the motion?
No, I mean, I had my hand up, but I would ask for, I guess, a friendly amendment, because I do agree. I don't think now is the time with a temporary ordinance to disallow use of vinyl tents or canopies. So I'd offer that as a friendly amendment. To just,
Does staff have a suggestion on how you would see transitioning?
I think what I have is a question perhaps, or maybe it provides some guidance. I want to distinguish this motion from the Parklet program from the closed street. So California Avenue, those tents and things that are there are not permitted as part of the Parklet program. And so certainly there are parklets that have used a vinyl canopy to use the covering versus like a hard roof. And so what I read here is that in those situations where they're using a parklet is permitted and has a vinyl tent or canopy, they would need to remove that going forward, and we would work with them to enforce that condition if the motion was as stated. What I heard Councilmember Stone saying is maybe now's not the time to move forward with that. We could certainly begin giving notice in our enforcement communications that that's not going to be allowed in the future. But I don't know if that would necessarily discontinue that situation.
Right. And if I might add to that, I think ultimately it does require some clarity on expectations for how quickly the transition would happen. And I'll ask Director Eggleston also to chime in, since his staff has been, again, in the role of enforcement. In effect, I think, just to use a simple example, and at the risk of maybe oversimplifying, as Assistant Director Tanner pointed out, if we had vinyl tents or canopies in place at a parklet, we would effectively need to set a date for removal or replacement. I suspect replacement in many of those instances will not happen while businesses are awaiting final parklet guidelines. So it does create a bit of a catch-22, which likely states that anything on this list are effectively going to be removed at some date.
So we're extending the temporary ordinance to the end of the year tonight. And then if we passed a permanent ordinance, it sounds like it may not happen before break.
True, although the implementation of the permanent ordinance does not necessarily have to wait till the end of the year. So,
Sure. But I'm wondering
what
how much notice people will be given, maybe if this was modified to give people notice of the intent in a permanent ordinance not to allow these things. They could still wait for a permanent ordinance, but we're still going to have this transition time. What I'm interested in is really giving people as much time as possible.
So if I might, I think that thrust is valuable to go from our comments to a clarity that what won't be allowed in the permanent ordinance. We can let them know that now.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah. Okay. That's different from forcing them to adopt something now before we have what they have to do in the permit.
Yep.
Okay. So if you want to modify your motion to reflect that, then maybe we.
So instead of disallow, I guess, could we say to notify of the intention to disallow?
Upon adoption of permanent ordinance?
Yes.
Or upon effective date of the permanent ordinance?
Yes,
Yeah.
That's fine. That's close enough.
Well, it's not the date of adoption. I just want to make sure that it would be when the effective date of the permanent ordinance. Yeah.
Given the nature of some of the parts of this, which some of it is allowing certain things and some of it is disallowing other things, you could consider updating direct staff to incorporate into, the to be adopted permanent standards, these set of things, which is disallowing canopies, prohibiting this, but then, shifting, some of it's positive and some of it's negative. So it might be clearer if it's more giving direction for the updated, the permanent standards.
Well, I'm assuming that's going to come back to us with an update, but are you getting applications for new parklets?
Mr. Knapsinger, have we had any recent applications for new parklets?
Yes, we've received two recent ones, and maybe one or two others in the past month or so.
Okay.
So it's another question is like, what if a new one comes with a tent or whatever?
Well, then we're telling them what they can't do. That let's make sure what we want to clarify that, and no new parklets with these characteristics are permitted.
Yeah, maybe not there, but maybe before the ask staff. Yeah, no new parklets with the above characteristics.
And can I ask the maker about potential inclusion of another issue, which is clarifying whether adjacent property owners can prohibit essentially parklets versus.
Yeah, I mean,
how
I
we
think
want to
I've
do it.
stated my point. for
Well,
a second
I
on
know
that.
we've all stated. My question is whether we want to. Right now, we have ambiguity, and it's creating problems.
Yes, I think it should be up to the city to decide.
Okay, so I'm not asking what you think. I'm asking what you'll put in your motion.
Yeah, I don't want to put anything in the motion about
You don't.
property owners. No.
So then leave it as a tug of war until we get to a permanent ordinance? Because right now, we've got a problem.
Would you have a proposal?
Yeah, I would just clarify that on an interim basis that property owners do not have the authority to determine parklets in front of their on the public space in front of their properties.
See, I think the problem is you can have bad actors as store owners, as property owners, and I'm just not sure that saying property owners have no say is a good solution.
Well, it's not necessarily a long term. So we're talking about between now and an interim ordinance, or I mean, a permanent ordinance. What do we want? What kind of guidance do we want on
I'd
this?
rather say the city determines on a case-by-case basis.
Pardon me?
I'd rather say the city determines on a case-by-case basis. Approves parklets.
Okay, well, I'll offer an amendment then that until adoption of a permanent ordinance, property owners do not have right to determine the use of the public space in front of their properties.
Second.
Now we can, I'll just, speaking to that, we can figure this out on the long term when we adopt the permanent ordinance, but this is the interim basis. All right, I'm going to clear the lights and let's just see if anybody wants to speak to the amendment. And with a reminder, we're getting late and we were going to try to avoid protracted discussion. Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
How would staff interpret this amendment with respect to the situation on Ramona?
This is Brad. I'll jump in to say we would interpret to say that the property owner would not, as we had changed our guidelines, be able to object to the parklet in front, and we would not be directing removal of that parklet unless an adjacent business owner themselves had an objection. So I would think we would partially update our parklet guidelines to take out the part that references property owners objecting, but still leave in the portion about business.
Okay, so more closely aligned then with the original council motion.
Correct.
fine. I'd be supporting this.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, so it was kind of silent on who does determine. I guess Director Eggleston just offered his interpretation that a store owner would still have a veto right.
Yeah, it's basically consistent with what we had in the motion from back in March. Was that when it was? No, September 21.
I still think the right place to go is neither property owners nor store owners have a right.
Yeah,
to
this is,
determine.
but the clarity is this is only on the interim basis. We can determine what we want to do long-term. And I'll say I'm inclined in your direction for
But why
the,
does
for the
store
permanent
owner
ordinance.
continue to have the right?
Huh?
Why do you want a store owner to continue to have the right to determine the use of public space?
I'm not bound on that, but that's it's basically continuing what was the direction that we gave in last September. And so I'd be open to that. What I really want to do is move this item forward right now quickly. So if we had consensus that we didn't want store owners to have that right to determine, I'd be okay with that too. But I think that we also want to make sure that staff has some discretion. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'd want staff to be able to have the discretion to say, but this parklet is detrimental. They determine it's detrimental to an adjacent business. It's blocking it or whatever in some key way, and they're not bound to allow a parklet. Just that it becomes on the retailer side or the adjacent business, it becomes if we took something like you're suggesting, that becomes essentially a staff decision, not a staff obligation to allow it.
Right.
So if I hear real quickly that others want to move in your direction, I'm okay with it. Councilmember Philsett?
Yeah, I think we want to be a little bit careful here. I think I'm okay. I mean, I think that the motion as worded is okay for the interim, but we're going to have to put some more thought into this. And, I'm encouraged by, sort of seeing the experience of other cities, sort of there seems to be some precedent for this. That said, a couple of things. Until such time as the city actually goes into the public space rental business as a landlord, I think we don't want to get in the middle of disputes between adjacent business owners over the space in front of an unwilling one of them's storefront. I think, as a business owner, you don't have a right to use the space in front of your next door neighbor's storefront, right? I mean, technically you don't have the right to use the one in front of your own because it's public space, but, we're sort of moving on that one. We're sort of granting that, but, I don't think we want to be in the middle of a fight between neighboring business owners over the space in front of one of them that the other one wants, right? So I don't think I would go in Councilmember Du Bois's direction on this one. As far as whether it's the business owner or the property owner, I think our intent here is good, but if there's a disagreement between the property owner and the business tenant, okay, the property owner is going to win. Okay, so we may not actually be providing any relief if the property owner goes to the tenant and says, okay, I want you to object to it, then they're going to have to do it, right? So I'm not sure how much protection we're granting by that. Nevertheless, for the purposes of the interim ordinance, I think we should move forward to the interim ordinance. I think this is okay for now.
And clerk, I'll just note there seems to be kind of a typo in the second line. It says property owners do not the right, is have, I guess is the missing word maybe. Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is I think this is important, especially for the interim ordinance. I think it's really important to just be able to provide consistency for current businesses operating their parklets, even if they're extending a bit. I mean, we've already kind of moved the goalposts so many times. We had this motion, and I'm glad the mayor brought our attention to the exact words of the motion from October of last year. I mean, that provided, I think, some direction for business owners and some assurance of what they'd be able to do. And now we're changing that within the interim with a possibility that it gets changed back again at the end of the year. That makes no sense to me. I think staying with the original motion from back in the fall and keeping this in the interim and then having a more robust debate at a later date, because I think there have been good points raised. But for now, I think this amendment's the way to go.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'm with Councilmember Filthus on this one. I think it's really tricky because for all the reasons that he mentioned, and I think the nature of retail, even restaurants, they change a lot, right? A lot more than landlords do. And I think in a battle, right, the property owner is usually going to win because they control the lease at the end in terms of are they going to renew or not. And I'm also just thinking about in terms of curation of space, right? I mean, in some ways, with a retailer looks at their own, they don't look at all of the others. And so I just think about that in terms of how do we make sure the proper curation of space? And I don't think the city itself is very good at that. It's not our expertise. The other thing I'm just wondering about, and this is a question for Molly, is this is public space, but I just wonder, does this create any legal issues for us in terms of does a property owner, now, of course, it's public space, but does this, does this impinge upon property owners' rights? And so I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that.
I'm sorry, so you're asking if the proposed amendment creates
Yeah.
a legal problem?
Yeah.
I read it as fairly limited, simply saying that the property owners don't have a right to determine the use of public space in front of their properties. We can look further at it, but I don't see a legal problem with that. In fact, I'd be surprised if they did have a
Well,
right.
I guess here could be a legal argument, right? So the parklet is extending in front of someone else's property, right? And they'll be like, hey, what the heck? I bought a property on Main Street. Now you put me in a dark alley, right? That could be the argument they would make.
Right. So in general, there's good law on cities being able to do work in the public right of way, to change sidewalks, to change streets. Those are not part of the property owners' rights, and conditions and situations do change. I also don't read this to say that the property owners would not have an opportunity for input or to have their concerns be considered. Simply says that they won't be dispositive.
Yeah. And Councilmember Tanaka, if I might add, this is only the interim ordinance. We hope to get to the permanent ordinance within months. And so it's just from now until then that this would apply.
Yeah. Because I see both perspectives, right? And I kind of want it to be fair for both parties. And I'm just thinking that the answer is actually a little bit more complicated than this. It has to be more complicated than this because I don't think this works long term. So, anyways, yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled how we handle this right now. Anyways, I'll listen to my colleagues on this one.
Okay. And I'll just add one other clarification, which is on the September of last year motion. I interpret it as having two thresholds. One that's that essentially it says accommodate parklets adjacent to restaurants where they are not interfering with neighboring consumer businesses that oppose. So if a neighboring business opposes, staff still has the prerogative to determine whether there's an interference. If there's no interference, then that neighboring business doesn't have the right to, the staff can say that they don't have that right to object. Okay, I see no lights. Clerk, would you please call the roll on the amendment?
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
going to vote no on this one.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yeah.
motion carries 7-1 on the amendment.
Okay, now let's return to
Sorry,
the main
6-1.
motion. Councilmember Cormac.
Okay, I can do substance first, or we can clean up the first part. What would the maker like?
Let me just offer, let's for expeditious reasons, try to any cleanup that we can do, and then we can go beyond that.
Okay, great. We're not asking staff actually to update the temporary ordinance, right? Can we have little bullets underneath all of these so we can like be clear on what's A and B? Like the notifying of the intention to disallow is not part of the temporary ordinance, correct?
Is that a question for staff?
Yeah, I mean,
So you could make it say to direct staff as part of the process of updating the temporary ordinance.
I don't.
you know, I
didn't know
think
that
it
we
doesn't
put
have to
that
do with the
context. We
temporary
just-
endurance.
we're
I
just
think there's
directing it.
two things going on. So there's actually two sections you want. One is you want to give staff direction about what they should incorporate into the permanent ordinance. Okay, so that's like part A. And then part B, we want to give direction about from now until there is thank you, from now until there is a permanent ordinance, some other things we're prohibiting like D and F and B, right? Sorry, first part of B. So let me see if this is what the maker wants. First half of B, D, and F are now as part of the implementation. Is that what you're intending to have?
I would group B and C together.
Council members, if I might suggest a bit of a finer point, but it's not only now, it's new parklets.
Yes, sorry.
I believe that's where you're particularly focused. It's
Under the
new,
temporary ordinance.
new parklets now.
Okay, so,
And the
Okay.
really parameters for the permanent ordinance.
all right, so can we start with section A being
So
whatever?
A, B, C are all part of the notice to disallow as well as not to allow for new parklets. They fall under both, right?
Yeah, that's true. So they
Okay.
are both things. They are a notice of an intent to disallow and a prohibition on elements of new parklets.
Okay, so can we get rid of in the first part to get rid of to update the temporary ordinance? Because we're not changing the temporary ordinance. Is that right?
The ordinance
are.
itself is not changing. So
Right,
well,
okay.
because part of it is the guidelines are referenced in the ordinance itself, and the guidelines can be updated. I'm making it more complicated, but if you want to have it where these things are direction that in the permanent ordinance, these be included and they be prohibited from new parklet applications, I think that is the.
What
So
she
let's not
said?
do a major rewrite. So under A, let's just say,
Okay.
update the guidelines and prohibit new parklets
From the following.
from the following.
What you're talking about?
Yep. And then you can delete all the way up to use of vinyl. You can make that like a sub point.
Yeah.
And you can make B a sub point, like little b and little c. And then you can delete B. And then I think you can keep B and C.
Okay, can C be more clear about what it is? It's still barriers, right? Change the barriers. It's the maximum height of barriers.
So for little c, less.
Yeah, is that little c part of the permit? Or is that's,
I think it's A-C.
yeah, isn't AC part of permanent ordinance?
For new ones under the temporary ordinance as well.
And Councilmember Du Bois, let me ask, should we be trying to put anything in here that is what we're saying is in the permanent ordinance versus saying what we don't want to allow for new parklets? I'm kind of.
If we have agreement.
So we're
So,
doing all three.
I guess you're right. So we could if we have certain things that we're in agreement on, then we can at least slightly narrow the content of the permanent ordinance.
Yeah, like I was supportive of phasing out propane, but I didn't
Okay,
wanna try to
so,
push it.
but it doesn't say that A(c) is part of the intended permanent ordinance, the way it's written.
Could
Shouldn't
have
it be-
a little D that says, and incorporate these above items into the permanent.
We could just modify
Future
A because
permanent?
we're doing the three things. We're updating the guidelines, we're prohibiting it for new parklets, and we're asking you to put it in the permanent ordinance. So let's update A.
But we are gonna discuss the permanent ordinance again where we could change these things.
Yes.
So I don't know if it's worth saying it here, but
Well, but I think that gets to helping people who are implementing parklets know where we're headed.
Right.
Okay, sorry, still A-C, and maybe, I wonder if the clerk could change little ABC to Is, just so we're not all super confused. Thank you so much.
and you could where it says state a strong preference for plants, you could do a carriage return there.
And then we need to, can we just clarify that 4 is actually about the barrier height?
It's the wall of the parklet, right?
You could say enclosure height, and that would be referencing the edge.
For the maximum? Okay, for maximum enclosure height. Okay, so it could, and B, would the maker be willing to modify it to consider pre-approved designs as opposed to prepare?
Yeah.
Down in
think
B,
that's what
I don't want to assume that that's the right answer, but I would like staff to take a look at it.
Yeah, I think I said consider.
Okay. And then I think the thing that is missing would be if we want to address the heaters. So I certainly would, I think it's probably not in, I think I would like to prohibit new parklets, and I would like to incorporate that into the permanent ordinance. I'm not prepared to, update the current guidelines. So if the maker was willing to consider a D that was just for new parklets and permanent ordinance, limiting heating to electric.
So if I might, just for reasons of moving this forward, I want to try and move in that direction. I don't think we have enough information to draw that conclusion yet.
Okay, so perhaps then we could have a D that says research and return with more information on electric heating for the permanent ordinance.
Good.
Is the maker okay with that?
I am. Are you, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have my reading glasses on, so I have no idea what we're missing. I think the only the thing we haven't addressed is the whole colors thing with the ARB. Do we want to send this? We're assuming this is going back to ARB, or do we need to give ARB more direction?
Again, there's a lot of feedback I think we all gave that I was treating most of that as the study session aspect of tonight.
Let's
see what
hear from
staff
Ms.
has to
Tanner
say.
on what their understanding is. Do you need additional clarification on what we're returning to ARB, or are you?
We were planning to continue to work with the ARB on refining the standards, and then they would actually make a formal recommendation as part of the permanent ordinance of what they are proposing. So if you want to have the direction, it's great, but we were assuming we're going to keep working with them.
Sounds like we don't need it.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
All
If I may, the only thing that might be missing if it wants to be in this motion would be the interim ordinance and resolution, unless it's going to be a separate motion to adopt that.
Well, perhaps we should go ahead and put that in there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, the adoption of the interim ordinance and resolution to extend it would be needed to be part of the motion.
You can add that to the beginning of the motion, I guess, up before the letters.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka, were you wanting to speak to the main motion?
Yeah, I do. I guess first of all, on B1, is that supposed to say use of vinyls or should be prohibit use of vinyls?
Already says above, prohibit new parklets. What's that? Yeah, it needs some improvement on the wording there.
For I,
We'll
just
work on that.
for,
Okay.
I put prohibit use of, I think, just to be
Okay.
clear.
And then just want to be clear here. So this motion.
I'm sorry if I might, that B says prohibit new parklets. That's not what we're meaning. So that's got to be
Right.
corrected.
I think you mean strike the word prohibit and guidelines, or it's actually instead of and, it's for new temporary parklets.
Good. Sorry.
Okay. I just want to clean that up because it was a little bit confusing. The second thing is, I think we're all talking about having this continue through December, right? But it doesn't quite actually say that.
So let me just clarify, and I thought I said this before. We would be continuing the temporary ordinance through December, but we anticipate adopting a permanent ordinance well before then.
Okay, but shouldn't it say that in here?
No, it's written into the date of the permanent ordinance, and we've already discussed that we're going to be bringing it back. We don't have to put in the motion that's going to come back before then. We also haven't determined when would be the implementation dates for the permanent ordinance. So we could have an implementation date that is past December too, to give people enough time on certain or portions of it.
Okay, I just want to make sure from staff's point of view, we don't actually have to say that this has to go through December.
The ordinance and resolution include December 31st, so you'd have to make a motion to change that date. So by adopting the resolution and ordinance as drafted, it would be December 31st.
Okay, that's fine. And then the second question I have here is on handicap ramps on B2. Do we actually allow Parklets today to block handicap ramps and curb ramps? Does that actually happen?
We do not.
Okay, so I was just wondering, why do you need to?
It has happened.
It has happened?
And maybe it's some places partly happening still.
Okay. I didn't know we actually allowed that. That's interesting.
No, we didn't explicitly allow it, but it has happened.
Okay. Okay. Just out of curiosity, if let's say it did block it, but the Parklet provided a way so that someone that was handicapped could still get down, had like another ramp somewhere else, is that permissible, or is that just? I'm just trying to think of how do we still allow some flexibility, but of course, we want to be ADA compliant.
I think just to maybe back up, this is an area to distinguish the closed street from the parklet condition. That said, we do have parklet permit holders who, violate certain conditions. So it bears repeating to not have folks do that. I don't know that we've contemplated in the parklet program allowing some workaround. I mean, we really would ask folks to respect disabled access and curb ramps. And those are, I think, pretty fundamental.
No, I'm with you on that. I just was wondering if the parklet actually had a ramp where you could actually get up there with a wheelchair and all the way to the sidewalk. So if let's say it blocked a curb ramp, right? But the parklet itself had a curb ramp on it, so you could roll all the way through the parklet onto the sidewalk.
I think that's a pretty unusual situation that we haven't seen, given that the function of the curb ramps are typically, well, they're really for the use of the public, the general public. And so we really haven't seen that
Okay,
situation.
that's fine. I'm just more curious. Okay, the other thing I was thinking about is like University Avenue and some other streets, cars aren't exactly centered. And so what happens is some sides of the street have much larger parklets than the other side of the street. And so one thing I was thinking about is, should we, while we're at it, should we like try to center the street so that parklets?
That's not going to be part of this temporary. So, and that opens up a whole additional discussion on the permanent. Let's park that, and you can bring it up when we revisit the permanent ordinance. We're trying tonight to not try to carve out a whole bunch of debate on the permanent ordinance. That's part of perhaps beyond the permanent ordinance.
Oh, I see C there, right? So as part of the permanent ordinance. So could we have a,
No, those are just designs. This is not streetscape and street distance. That's whether we have standardized aesthetic design options that are often offered. That it's not related to what you're talking about. It's not. Let's say we've got a whole bunch
Okay,
of
that's
stuff in
fine.
the permanent ordinance that we're going to need to debate, and you can bring that up when the next time we have it. I will say I've got one issue. I understand that the value and appreciate the value of plants as barriers, but I've also seen designs that were really superior that didn't utilize plants as barriers. And so I'd like to modify that. If you want to say encourage plants as barriers, I'm okay with that, but strong preference, I think, goes too far.
About a preference without strong.
Well, preference, yeah, I don't even want to say it's a preference. I think we want to look at the ARB on some of that and flesh it out more. I'm not sure I like having plants as parts of these, but I'm not sure that we should state a preference at this time on.
I've seen
them as
other
barriers.
cities that just say that they have a preference for plants and they just leave it at that. I mean, if somebody doesn't want to do it, it's a preference.
Okay, you can, if you delete a strong, I'll live with that. Close enough. All right, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
yes,
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes,
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
good. All right, we made progress. Maybe not as much and as quick as we all would hope, but it's a complicated subject. All right, we're behind schedule, but maybe we need a short break. Do you folks need 10 minutes or is 5 good enough? Okay, be back in 5 minutes. Okay. That was effective. All right, at this time, we're going to reconvene our meeting with item number 11, which is to approve and authorize the city manager to execute a non-binding letter of intent with First Tee Silicon Valley toward establishing a public-private partnership for practice facility infrastructure improvements at the Baylands Golf Course and long-term facility use access for the First Tee Silicon Valley Youth Development Teaching Program.
That was a mouthful. Thank you, Mayor. Let me just kick this off and then I'll hand it off to Lamdo from our Community Services Department. As the mayor pointed out, you've got a specific proposal, a letter of intent that's been requested with First Tee Silicon Valley. At the same time, before we get into the specifics here, I did want to simply point out for community awareness that we do have a context for this discussion. It's a policy that the City Council approved last year, actually last June, with respect to what we called unsolicited proposals in use of city facilities. And so that policy gave us context for considering and interacting with community partners where there appears to be community benefit from an unsolicited proposal, in this case from First Tee of Silicon Valley. So with that, let me ask our superintendent with Community Services Department, Lamdo, to speak to the specifics.
Thank you, City Manager Chicago, for introducing the topic. Good evening, Mayor Burt and members of the City Council. I'm Lamdo with the Division of Open Space, Parks and Golf. This evening, I'm also joined by George Moxie. He's the President and CEO of First Tee Silicon Valley. I'd like to start with providing you with information about a collaboration with First Tee Silicon Valley and the Community Service Department to deliver youth programming. Since 2009 to present, we have partnered with the First Tee as they deliver their programs of youth development, life skills, and core values. At present, we have participants at our golf course between 250 to 300 youth annually with wait lists. It is a mix of boys and girls starting in elementary grade 2, going up through high school grade 12. The present profile is approximately 1/4 Palo Alto residents, and almost half of the participants are in grades 2 to 4, so the early youth. The success of the program over the years has led to this public-private partnership proposal by the First Tee of Silicon Valley, as they have a desire to expand their participation numbers, particularly at our location, to go up to 1,000 youth per year. And then they also want to introduce a new program, which is an outreach program, which they currently do not have here. And it's an outreach program emphasizing the same youth development, life skills, and core values. And doing outreach through local schools and local youth organizations. So with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over briefly to George Moxie with the First Tee, President and CEO.
Great. Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. I'd like to give you a quick about us, about First Tee Silicon Valley, share our vision for Baylands, and then outline this project just a little bit. First Tee National is celebrating 25 years serving kids across 140 chapters nationwide. Our service area consists of all Santa Clara County, San Mateo County, up to Highway 92, and then the city of Hollister. We have sister chapters to the north in San Francisco and to the south in Monterey County. And all chapters of the First Tee nationally are independent 501c3s. So we are our own independent organization. Silicon Valley's Sports Commission, San Jose Sports Authority started First Tee Silicon Valley in 1999 as a junior golf program at Rancho del Pueblo Golf Course in San Jose. We obtained our First Tee license in 2005. And then in 2009, we began to expand. We expanded to Palo Alto Muni, here to the Mid-Peninsula, and then to Gavilan College Golf Course in Gilroy. We did take a brief hiatus as Baylands was built out in 2016 and 2017. It was right when Google signed the lease for Moffett Air Base. And so we were at Moffett Field for a couple years. And as soon as Baylands reopened in 2018, we came right back. So what do? We teach kids life skills and values like respect, using golf as a vehicle. All kids are welcome, regardless of their background or their ability to pay. We have two primary programs. Lam mentioned outreach and then also classes. So our classes are the heart of the program, and we offer those after school and on Saturdays, which is our biggest demand for sure. They're once a week for 8 weeks, 4 seasons of the year. We have 35 employees, and then we have over 100 volunteer mentors. The outreach to schools and youth serving organizations helps introduce the game to kids who would not otherwise have a chance to access the game of golf. That includes Bob Hoover's East Palo Alto Junior Golf Program, which is now part of an East Palo Alto organization called Live in Peace, as well as Anamatangi Polynesian Voices in East Palo Alto. There are quite a few that I could list off, but those are two of the real primary ones. So since 2005, we've positively impacted over 86,000 kids, of which at least 10,000 have been Mid-Peninsula residents. A lot of those kids have taken classes in San Jose, not just Baylands or Moffett, because we have a wider variety of programs in San Jose. I should also note, we've never held any classes at Baylands on Saturdays. They've always been Tuesday through Friday, just because of the demand of public play on Saturdays. Seasonal parent surveys consistently document observable behavioral and character improvements at home for 90% of the kids. So we see that success pattern basically season after season. Our vision at Baylands is to reach 6,000 kids a year here in the Mid-Peninsula. That's 1,000, as Lam said, 1,000 at the golf course and 5,000 in schools and youth serving organizations. Baylands is a very unique opportunity. It's one of the only places where there's a specific area that can be secure and cordoned off where we could do over 2/3 of our programming. And that's what we call the youth area, which is in between Embarcadero Road and the driving range. The annual benefits to youth would be the numbers of kids that we'd reach, and then the expanded partnerships with Palo Alto Schools, East Palo Alto Schools, police activities, sheriff's activities leagues, YMCA, Boys and Girls Clubs, etc. This would equate to an annual investment by First Tee of $500,000 a year for classes and those 1,000 class participants, and then another $100,000 a year in outreach. There would also be benefits to public golfers. First Tee would not use that youth area more than 30% of the time. So the remainder of the time, we propose that the operator be in charge of that area for private instruction, and then also to offer the space up to other youth organizations. Examples could be Gun High School, Palo Alto High School for their practice. The project would also open up the underutilized or unutilized short game area that's between the driving range and the actual golf course. And then we think that Baylands revenue would increase significantly or be impacted positively, is maybe a better way of saying it, by the increase experience their customer base of First Tee being there at Baylands. And we also highly recommend that council define community benefits for residential rates for East Palo Alto residents, discounted rates for seniors, juniors, first tee participants, and their families. So what is this project? We're talking about first tee raising over $4 million to raise the existing driving range netting, add some protective netting along Embarcadero, and complete the youth area that was graded and irrigated as part of the redesign project. We've consulted with the architect, Forrest Richardson, with Wadsworth Golf Construction, which did the Baylands build out, with Judge Netting that I think probably most recently did the San Jose State Spartan Golf Complex golf project, and then Block Construction, and they've helped us build out the budget for this. We see comparable first tee projects up in San Francisco at Harding Park Golf Course, and then at Twin Creeks Golf Course in Salinas. And that's by our sister chapters and what they've done. We're eager to approach several high net worth individuals about the project. We've been a little bit hesitant to do that over time because so many ask for a firm commitment from the city for us to be able to proceed. Some have also wanted to make sure that there weren't any FAA issues. So we sought approval from the FAA to have higher nets there at the golf course. So we do have that approval. And then First Tee nationally has a trustee program. It's $1 million gift that they seek from individuals. And there's a split between the national office and local. So we're going to we would leverage First Tee nationally to help us raise these funds. And then lastly, I'll just say that when I first started conversations with Rob DeGose years ago, with Lom, Darren, Kristen, we also talked about a structure, a training center and classrooms and offices. That is part of a vision that we have. We decided to put that on the back burner. If this were successful, we'd want to pursue that as well. Thank you.
Next slide, Liz. Thank you, George. Council, what staff and the First Tee Silicon Valley is asking of you is approval of a letter of intent towards establishing a public-private partnership. And for my background, the Parks and Recreation Commission previously also looked at this item, and they are recommending that we also work towards a letter of intent and establishing a partnership as well. The purpose of a letter of intent is to help us facilitate discussions towards agreements of a partnership, in which we will then go back to council within the next 18 months. So both parties would work towards establishing facility use, construction plans, and partnership terms. This would, the pending agreements would secure continual use, facility use for the First Tee for their long-term planning and for them to develop their core programs. And then it also, we're looking at establishing the term of the partnership, the term of mutual renewals of the partnership. And we want to address the cost sharing in the future infrastructure improvements as well. And so what we have is presented is the letter of intent, which we asked you to approve. And additionally, the key part of this letter of intent is that all this would not be successful without fundraising, and the First Tee has offered to do the fundraising. However, they need to substantiate the basis for the fundraising, and thus the letter of intent from the city. So, next slide, please. And when we look at why partnership and what benefits does it bring, right off the bat, it would be not only expansion of the program, youth program, but the infrastructure improvements is a key part of this. Replacement of the current existing netting is necessary. They're aged and are reaching the end of their life. But this would also go beyond replacing the existing netting. It would raise the height of the driving range netting and the poles. It would also provide safety retention netting along Embarcadero Road. These two infrastructure improvements would allow us to open up the adjacent underutilized youth practice area and a short game practice area. And that would become available to not just the First Tee, it would also be available to the city's youth programming and also available to our course operator to program these two practice areas as well. The letter of intent and a partnership are essential for the long-term planning of the First Tee. They'd like to make the Baylands Golf course their long-term permanent home as they expand their programming throughout the Mid-Peninsula. But what benefits both parties is we would see an immediate growth in youth programming. You know, the community service department on a regular basis partners with other organizations to deliver these services that we can't deliver directly. And then we would all benefit from a long-term customer base down the pipeline as well, with golfers participating at our course. So, and with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to the mayor.
And can you also just share with us any Parks and Rec Commission review of this?
Yes. We presented to the Parks and Recreation on 2 occasions, one as an information, and then on a second occasion, September of last year, to ask for a recommendation in particular. And the recommendation was to recommend to the council to advise staff to work towards a letter of intent.
Great, thank you. And let's go ahead and go directly to see if we have any members of the public who want to speak to this, and then go from there. Oops, and the time, I think, needs to be adjusted. All right, our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Shani Kleinhaus. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I was so excited to speak in favor of this item, and I hope this doesn't make you dislike it, given perhaps whatever. Anyway, so I want to say that First Tee is a fantastic program. It's internationally available, internationally respected, well-known, with a proven track record of providing a large range of benefits to diverse communities around the world. You can learn a lot about it on the First Tee website. My family is specifically familiar with First Tee's program in San Francisco because both of my children participated in it when they were little. And it was an extraordinary experience of learning skills that they maybe otherwise wouldn't have had access to in a diverse and welcoming and inclusive environment. It was fantastic. Also, this proposed agreement in the form of a letter of intent, which, as we know, is just very preliminary. It's an exemplary way of the city working with a nonprofit organization, allowing the nonprofit organization to do the bulk of fundraising and not actually rely on an extraordinary amount of public funds. Quite frankly, the Palo Alto History Museum should take notes from this. A popular charitable organization often does have capacity to raise funds for their programs, given their proven history of serving the public. And I think it would be a real shame for our city to miss this opportunity to work with such an established and well-regarded charitable organization. Really, that's what I wanted to say. I truly hope that you don't let this opportunity pass by. It could be of so much benefit to our community, so inclusive, such a community building potential, and a way to build community between families here and families in local nearby communities as well. It's seriously a plus. And I hope you'll consider this opportunity that I think our community is fortunate to have. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Shani Kleinhaus. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council. I speak tonight on behalf of the Sierra Club and the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I am Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I don't speak on behalf of that commission. As you direct staff to negotiate agreements for infrastructure improvements at the golf course and public-private partnership, please ensure that all parties are fully informed of existing mitigations for wetlands and for trees on the golf course and potential consequences to any changes to those mitigations. The golf course reconsideration project had the goal of enhancing wildlife habitat and improving wetland areas. It is not clear how well these mitigations were done. Wetlands were specifically required by regulatory agencies such as the Water Board, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Maintaining these wetlands are conditions of approval for the project. So before any additional infrastructure improvement and recontouring can take place, Palo Alto must communicate with the regulatory agencies and review the Army Corps permits and conditions of approval that were used to rebuild the current course. These permits establish permanent mitigations, and Palo Alto needs to be in compliance with the existing permits and determine if any new ones are needed. Changing any mitigations can be very, very costly. So all parties should have full transparency regarding those potential costs. In addition, we ask you to ensure compliance with the Baylands Master Plan, the Palo Alto Baylands Nature Preserve Design Guidelines, and to mitigations that were certified in the final EIR for the golf course, whether or not they were required by the regulatory agencies. It is important also to consider how the golf course complies now with the goals, including the goal that aimed to enhance wildlife habitat and improve wetland areas, and how these mitigations are now required. We, Audubon and the Sierra Club, we believe that at least a mitigated negative declaration and full transparency are needed for this project as it moves forward. Our comments were not aimed to comment on the benefit of the plan of the project itself. It may be a very good project, probably is. However, it is important that the golf course mitigations and especially the wetlands are kept and are maintained properly. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we can now go to the, we have another public speaker. Oh, I thought I had said last speaker. Mr. James, go ahead.
You know, I just came in at the last minute. First of all, I know Bob Hoover, and I know he's been doing this work from East Palo Alto for many years, and I know, of course, the mayor gave him a special award recently for all of the many things that he's done for East Palo Alto and other communities. Actually, I'm just curious. My son Louis and I played miniature golf in Redwood City probably 500 times when he was growing up, and we loved that game. And as you know, they knocked down the miniature golf course. I think they called it Malibu there, and they put up a county jail. And I don't know, but I would wonder if there's enough space, probably the answer is no, to put in a miniature golf course for those of us that don't really like to play the real so-called golf game, but love a miniature golf course, and it would enhance tremendously. I know my son and I would be out there playing regularly, be happy to pay a fee to do that. So I know that this is late in the game to suggest something like that, but see what you think. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll return to the council. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Yeah, I'm more of a miniature golf person than golf myself. Maybe I should have started in second grade. So So the staff report makes it seem very straightforward. It's just a letter, but the presentation this evening sounds like slightly more is contemplated by the partnership. So just a couple quick questions. Cost share of infrastructure repairs and improvements. Is it the city who is responsible now for the fencing and all of that in this area that was described, the youth area?
That is correct.
Okay, so right now we're responsible for all of it, but it's possible that we would be in a partnership and pay for less than 100%.
The infrastructure improvements would change the current maintenance and upkeep of the facilities. Part of the partnership proposal would be that the first T fundraises for the initial construction. However, on a long-term partnership, we do expect down the line that there will be upkeep and maintenance where both parties are using the facility. And so that's where we are looking at future renewals of the partnership based on an understanding of cost share.
Okay, the new infrastructure is more, so the operations and maintenance might be more expensive going forward?
That is likely, but perhaps not the only factor. It is also because we are creating a space that is going to be shared use.
Right, okay, great. And then, we see these often. People come forward and say, we're definitely going to fundraise, and sometimes it works great, and sometimes it's not so successful. So may I be permitted to ask a question of Mr. Max? Maxey, may I be permitted? Wonderful. Mr. Maxey, have you done a feasibility study or anything that would give us some reassurance that you're going to be able to raise this $4 million in a relatively short time frame?
So the quick answer is no.
Okay.
So a lot of different conversations with donors, and then just looking at the precedent in San Francisco and in Monterey County. In San Francisco, it was one donor. Actually, that donor is a Palo Alto person, and also gave in another portion of the country similar kind of a gift. So there are several individuals who are like that, who are very favorable to First Tee locally and nationally. So we just have a significant confidence that we're going to be able to do this.
Okay.
But
great.
no feasibility study.
Okay, thanks. And then does staff anticipate having to change our naming policy to reflect any of the fundraising plans? Or will our existing naming policy accommodate the First Tee's plan?
The present proposal does not include any naming changes, so we anticipate that to remain the same. How the final agreements play out may change, but the current proposal does not include any naming.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so again, it sounds like an interesting proposal. Are there any planned impacts to trees there along the Embarcadero?
It is not anticipated to have a significant impact. Where the additional fencing along Embarcadero would be contained within the current turfed areas. It is not along the sidewalk area. It's on the core side of the pathway. So it's road, pathway, and then core side. And so it's along the core side.
Okay. And I didn't know the city was considering a 2-level driving range. Is that something we've been thinking about?
It has been suggested to staff to explore the possibility of us constructing a second deck or second story.
We don't have any plans at the moment. It's just
we in the proposed fiscal year 23 budget, there is an ask of for approval for funding to bring on a consultant to do a feasibility study, a return on investment, and study that would help us determine whether or not we should or should not move forward.
Okay. And again, just to understand the finances here. So the proposal is they would fundraise to do the initial construction, and then we would do some kind of cost sharing on the operational costs going forward.
Not exactly that. The first part, yes, first T would do the fundraising to do the construction. And then the city would continue to operate the driving range, continue to operate the 2 practice facilities that are primarily impacted, the youth practice area and the adjacent short game practice area. It's down the line when there are repairs needed and or replacement of the infrastructure that could be needed down the line that we were looking at a cost share.
So repairs means nets, but not grass or like watering the grass. That kind of
Correct.
stuff.
Yes. The better way to say would be the monthly, weekly maintenance would still be on the city.
Okay. And then I had a couple of questions for Mr. Mack as well, if that's okay. So do you pay rent for golf courses like in San Jose or Gilroy?
Sure. So generally speaking, we're paying per participant. So not rent, but we're paying an access fee per participant, basically per 8-week class season. So an example would be at Baylands, we're paying $12 per participant for the entire season. Plus, we have a pretty detailed arrangement for green fees when we're out on the golf course, because we're interfering with the tee sheet for full paying customers. So we've worked out a whole metric for that that's significantly higher than the $12.
So that would continue.
I think that along with the maintenance and a number of other factors, all of those things would be part of the negotiation. It would all be part of that mix.
Okay, that helps a lot.
And part of what we're looking for is the length of the agreement. That becomes really important to our donors, is to secure a place for us for long term.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I mean, overall, based on what I've heard, I think I'm supportive of the program. Seems like a good program. And it seems like we're mostly talking about grass areas and nets. And again, it sounds like it would work in conjunction with the current golf course, not really interfere with public play. I think that would be important. The only thing I want to bring up is, this council has voted twice to accelerate the Roth building lease. And I know there's like a real timeline on this, 18 months. I just don't want this to become more of a priority in front of that project. So hopefully we finish that lease and then we can start to work on this lease. But I'm a little concerned about competing priorities. So I just wanted to mention that.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If Mayor don't mind, I'll have a question for First Tee as well. Thank you. What kind of outreach does First Tee currently provide for Palo Alto students?
So it's actually somewhat minimal. And the reason is the waiting lists that we were talking about. There's nowhere for the kids to go. So if we go and we do a bunch of outreach, all we're doing is creating a bunch of pent-up demand, and we can't supply the classes to them. So the waiting list for this current season is about 50 kids. And that's really relying on word of mouth. However, we do a certain amount of early registration for, I mentioned Bob Hoover's program, for Anamatangi Polynesian Voices, for some other nonprofits. So, because when we open up, for example, we'll open up registration this Thursday at 10 a.m. By about 10:30, all the classes will be filled up. And that's across Silicon Valley, the entry-level classes. So there's kind of pockets of outreach that we're doing, but we're really careful not to ramp up the demand too much.
All right, well, proof of a really good program. Congratulations. And would this allow for that, for the supply to expand here?
Big time.
Okay.
So part of it would be, as Lom mentioned, about half of the kids are in elementary school, a little over half. He mentioned 2nd through 4th grade, 45%, but it's basically all the elementary kids could almost exclusively be in that youth area. Right now, when we're doing our classes, they're in the main putting green. They're in some other areas that the public also uses. So this would also enable us to have Saturday classes. which is the biggest demand by far from families. So it really opens up the opportunity to do outreach. That's that 5,000 number, to basically create the pipeline for the 1,000 kids a year at the golf course.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I'd like to see then, once we get there, some greater, more focused outreach to Palo Alto students, especially it would help too. I mean, being able to serve students from across the county and the region is a great goal, but especially since we're also trying to look at SCAP goals and all that, trying to reduce that commute time would be wonderful. And then I guess a quick question for staff, but I think I know the answer. These practice areas, when First Tee is not using them, that's available to the public.
The current practice areas are the putting green and the chipping green. That's correct.
Okay.
And even when First Tee is present, it's a shared use. First Tee does not take over the entire 2 current putting greens. In the proposal is that most of their teaching would move to the youth practice area, which is right now an underutilized area. And so it's not displacing any members of the public that would use that area at present because it's not used right now.
Great, thank you. With that, Mr. Mayor, if you're entertaining motions, I'll make the staff motion.
Sure.
Great, I make the staff motion.
I will second it.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I mean, I'd just say I think this is an incredible program, really well recognized. I think well done. I think this is also consistent with the council priority of public health and safety, not only on the safety side of being able to provide a safer golf course with the increased height of the retention nets, but also in just providing a program with really just a proven track record for students to be able to feel connected with other young people, as well as caring adults in the community, and Project Safety Net, as well as other studies have shown the importance of that for youth well-being. This is going that direction. I wish I took this program when I was a kid. I'd probably be a much more patient golfer today if I did. So I'm really glad that you're operating this. I think Palo Alto, we're honored to be able to have this program. I know a lot of my students, I'm always encouraging them to try to get involved in sports, because just that camaraderie and that connection to something bigger than themselves oftentimes can be really empowering, especially young people kind of going through this transitional phase of having that confidence and all the key core values that First Tee really promotes. So hope we can pass this.
Well, I'll use this, my seconding, as an opportunity to speak to the program in general. As Councilmember Stone spoke about, this really hits a number of city and council priorities over the years. We had for a number of years, youth well-being was a council priority. We today, this last year, have established community health and safety. And we spoke specifically under the community health as referring to the needs of our youth and teens, especially after the last 2 years, but really ongoing and investing. How do we invest in them? And we only really have certain opportunities to really make that kind of commitment. And then our efforts on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as Mr. Maxey's pointed out, they have not only their own inclusiveness of no fees for, I forget how you phrased it, but it's based on a needs basis, and no fees for those who cannot afford them. This collaboration with the East Palo Alto Live in Peace program and other East Palo Alto programs, where they have really an integration with their golf training initiative and continuing education, and incredibly high success rate in those kids going on through 4-year college as a result of the mentoring that's part of this program. I think when we really look at this, not to mention just the benefits to us on the investments that First Tee is making in both the capital investment and the ongoing operations here. This is to me, a really exciting ability for us to collaborate with community partners and leverage resources that we couldn't afford ourselves. And yet we're going to expand very significantly beneficial programs to our community. I think it's just a great opportunity for us. I did want to Ms. Kleinhaus had raised issues about Baylands Master Plan. These are all already essentially developed areas, but not developed in ways that make them useful. So we're not talking about addressing or altering any wetlands, to my knowledge. I did want to mention on the double deck driving range, I think that was part of the original master long-term plan for the course. The way that our revenue structure is set up, we divide our revenue for the course with the operator, OB Sports, but on the driving range, we get all that, less expenses, and there are very little expenses. The driving range is a money machine. And the prospect of a double deck range and significantly increasing that could throw a lot of dollars toward investment in recreation, potentially things like finally being able to afford to turn the 10 acres that has been set aside near the Baylands athletic fields and develop those. So I think that this whole program is, I look forward to get it going. In my mind, it's overdue. It was part of kind of some of the original concepts that were there, and I think it's really exciting, and I wish we had more programs like this. So, Council Member Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this seems like a really good program and an excellent use of the facility for all the reasons the mayor mentioned. If there is going to be a significant financial commitment from the city, then we're going to need to know what that is at some point. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so you guys are raising $4 million, right? And what is the $4 million for? Like, what exactly are you guys doing with this?
It was actually on one of the slides. There was actually a little snippet there. And I'm wondering if we can bring that back up. Is that possible? So the netting themselves, that's $2.3 million. And then there's the build out of the youth area. So we need to add putting greens in. We need to add tee box area and all that.
Now. Thank you. I just so small I couldn't see it. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. And then let's see. And so for our staff, how much do people pay for access right now? For, let's say they want to do driving range, how much do they pay right now?
Use of the driving range is based on a quantity use. Participants buy a bucket of balls ranging in size from small, medium to large, and the prices are between $6 to $15 is the current pricing.
Okay, so right now this organization will get it at a much lower rate than like $12 for 8 weeks or something like that.
They won't have driving range. Well, I don't know how much the driving range.
The proposal is would include use of the driving range. Part of what the first tee contributes or is to be worked out, as George Moxie mentioned. There's probably more discussions on fees in the next 18 months and how that plays into the final proposed agreements.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand like how much would we have got otherwise versus how much the rate they're like, I guess their wholesale rate versus our retail rate, basically.
It's hard to gauge. The reason I say that is because participants in the program are not using the driving range the entire time they're there, and they're not using a full bucket of balls. It's we provide the first tee with access to the driving range stalls, and then as a class they're using the stalls. They're not individually using it, so unfortunately I don't have a good way of gauging that.
Okay. And is there any special access that is kind of what Councilmember Stone is asking, but is there any special access that Alto schools get from this?
At present, the golf course supports the boys and girls golf teams at the high school level, with Pally and Gun. The proposal here by the first tee asks that we enhance our support of youth programs, which would include schools, in particular the two high schools, as George mentioned earlier.
Okay. But there's no extra advantage that, let's say, kids going to Palo schools would get over, let's say, some kids somewhere else.
It does not have a priority as proposed to provide Palo Alto students more access. The course in general right now provides youth access through a program called Youth on Course. The Youth on Course is for any participant aged 19 and under that registers with a national program, and they're paying a discounted fee to play on the golf course. It's a highly subsidized fee of $5.
Okay,
but it's not geared specifically towards priorities of Palo Alto residents.
Okay, well, that's something I would be interested in, but I guess it's going to come back to us and we're going to see it kind of all laid out, right?
Yes, that is the intent.
Okay, great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. The shared partnership, has it been this, do you know yet what is the use percentage for each entity?
It's estimated that about 30% of the youth practice area would be used by the first tee. This consists of Saturdays during the daytime, roughly 8 a.m. to the afternoon. And then during the week, it's about 2 hours in the afternoon, Tuesday through Friday, or possibly Tuesday through Thursday. However, it's seasonal. It's 8-week sessions, 4 times a year.
I see. Okay. Also, the modifications to the site, for the youth is closer to the Embarcadero Road, right? It's not close to any of the sensitive nature areas.
That's correct. The area that the first tee is proposing to use is along Embarcadero Road. The raising of the nets does open up an existing opposite side of the driving range, what's called the short game practice area. That would be, they are not asking for use of that area, perhaps occasional use, but they're not asking for any primary use of that area. That area would then become available for programming either by the community service department or the golf course operator.
Mhm. But not too much modification or construction?
No, that area is already built out.
Okay.
Yes, as part of the golf course renovations back in when the course reopened in 2018.
Okay. And then some of the member of the public mentioned that there were mitigations that resulted from the golf course rebuild. So are those all completed or?
Yeah, part of the mitigation for the golf course construction involved on-course mitigation and off-site mitigation, though that was completed. What is still pending is the monitoring portion of it, and we're in communication with the State Water Board about the monitoring.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very supportive of this program. It's part of our priorities for the city is a healthy community. And I think providing the opportunities to the youth at an early age and onward until they graduate from school just sets them on a course for success. So I'm very supportive of the letter of intent to move it forward. Thank you.
Great. I see no more lights, so let's take a vote.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes,
motion carries unanimously.
great. Thank you, and good luck on the progress.
Thank you, Mayor Burton and members of the City Council.
All right, our final item is a report on Palo Alto response to hate crimes and hate incidents and discussion of the Policy and Services Committee recommendation that the City Council consider the idea of developing a misdemeanor ordinance to deter hate speech and support Human Relations Commission to bring the FBI and community resources to Palo Alto to do community education on hate crimes. Ms. Cotton Gaines, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Burt.
You running the show?
I don't know if I'm running, but I'm doing something.
All right.
Here to help out. So Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. Pleasure to see you all this evening. We just have a very brief presentation given the hour. And also we want to leave time for the questions the council may have. Next slide, please. So just as background, we have quarterly updates that go to the Policy and Services Committee on our race and equity efforts. A variety of topics are covered going back to the, I think, 18 items that the City Council gave us in 2020 that we're making progress on. And it's also an opportunity for the committee to let us know any other topics of interest under the broad umbrella of race and equity. And last year at the September 14th meeting, the Policy and Services Committee, amongst other topics, brought up the idea of a hate crimes ordinance and asked staff to do a little bit more follow-up to see if this was something that the city should consider pursuing. Though it passed unanimously out of committee, it was something that we made it clear to the committee it would be good to bring to the full City Council for discussion as the staff had a little more time to dig into it. So the recommendation that came from Policy and Services is enabling the HRC to further develop the idea of a misdemeanor ordinance or another method to defer hateful speech and while complying with the Constitution. Subsequently, the Human Relations Commission also met to talk about hate crimes and just efforts that they can do. So I did include their motion from March 10th this year, which is meeting to support the recommendation to bring the FBI and community resources to Palo Alto to do community education on hate crimes, and to make a recommendation to the City Council to increase public awareness and marketing on how to report hate crimes. So they've been doing a lot of thinking about this as well. Next slide, please. Okay, I think this one is my slide. We did do a deeper dive into the legal issues around this issue. And just to briefly summarize where we are on this, and let council know also that there is more detailed information in an appendix, I believe it's Appendix C in the staff report. But to briefly summarize, California state law has a number of provisions that criminalize hate-motivated criminal acts and also hate speech that rises to the level of constituting a criminal threat. Beyond those two areas, however, speech by itself is generally protected by the First Amendment. And this is true even when the words that are uttered are hateful, heinous, morally repugnant, and harmful. And when you're talking about First Amendment protected speech, local and state government is not permitted to punish that speech. That is not consistent with our First Amendment principles. Local government, though, can take other actions, such as encouraging tolerance and civility, ensuring that community members are aware of their rights and resources that are available to them, and supporting those who are harmed by hateful speech in the community. So that's where we are on the law, and I'll turn it back to Ms. Cotton Gaines.
Thank you, Ms. Stupp. Next slide. So we thought that it would be good to share information about what the city does do related to hate crimes and hate incidents. And these are just a few of the things that are high level. The police department taking reports and recording all hate incidents as well as hate crimes. As of last year, due to a lot of the discussion, the police department actually made it easier for coding that in their system so that we can run reports like what you saw in your May 2nd packet, where we can better keep track of hate crimes that have occurred in our community. They were tracking it before, to be clear. They just made it easier to run a report on it. The police department also does public releases on hate crimes and tracks that data. Part of that is to make sure that the community knows that there is support and also that there's a process for the police department following up on those particular heinous incidents. The Human Relations Commission has done discussions and some community engagement. The city has done, also did an event last year with some professionals from the DA's office as well as Stanford, really just trying to increase awareness and public understanding of how to report and what the crimes are. The city released a blog about it, as well as the city continuing to try to build community partnerships so that if something does occur, that we have some infrastructure in place to really be available and respond in a caring way to the victims. Next slide, please. Last slide, I promise, I know it's late. So our recommendation to the city council for this item is to receive this report with the information about the existing constitutional legal support for addressing hate crimes. As Ms. Stump described, there is a lot in place to let us address the hate crimes that occur from a legal perspective. The second one is supporting the Human Relations Commission in their effort to bring the FBI and community resources to Palo Alto to further the community education about hate crimes and hate incidents. And lastly, consider supporting hate crimes legislation. As we mentioned in the staff report, it's Assembly Bill 1947, which is currently in the state legislature being discussed. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go ahead because of the late hour. Let's go to members of the public first and then have our own discussion. So do we have members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Our first speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Go ahead, Mr. James.
So first of all, the FBI has I'm sorry, the clock isn't running, so I'm a little confused here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You got 3 extra seconds.
Thank you very much. So the FBI has a long, long history up until today of hate crimes and against Black groups, the Black Panthers, the Black Lives Matter group, surveillance, etc. I am really opposed to bringing an organization, J. Edgar Hoover surveilled, and we all know about that, Martin Luther King, lots of other Black leaders where there was no probable cause. So I vehemently objected at the HRC. They didn't pay much attention to me, as you might imagine, on that issue. And I'm asking you all, please, the last group we want to bring in to lecture us on hate crimes is the FBI. We've got groups at Stanford, all over the place, that don't have the long, despicable reputation of going after Black groups and political organizations like the FBI. I had a really, really, really powerful conversation last night with Councilman Greg Tanaka. I think it's fair to say, but I'll leave it for Greg to speak to you about that, Councilman Tanaka, that we agreed that there is not a legal basis for a standalone hate ordinance in Palo Alto, as Molly Stump and Assistant City Manager Cotton Gaines eloquently put. So I think we're all on the same page, but again, I'll make sure that Greg affirms that when he speaks. He invited myself and a number of other people that didn't show, but there was a person by the name of Kathy Jordan that did attend our apparently live stream Facebook meeting that Greg Tanaka hosted last night, about 9:30 to 10, and went past that on a variety of other issues. But it was interesting. Ms. Jordan and I got into quite, I would say it almost bordered on heated conversation when I just mentioned the phrase critical race theory and how much I supported that being in the schools, and that underneath the critical race theory is a discussion of reparations. And she adamantly disagreed with me. And it was great to see Greg point out, Councilmember Tanaka, point out that this was a conversation that seemed to capture the essence of the First Amendment right to have conversations that, as Ms. Stump said, even border on morally repugnant, a phrase that the Supreme Court talked about in the Phelps case versus Snyder that involved the group that I talked about a little bit last night, or last week, the Westboro church, the Baptist church that came out to Gun High School and said the reason we were having a suicide cluster was because of the positive attitude towards gay rights and other issues here in Palo Alto. In any event, I am hopeful that we will have no standalone hate speech ordinance in Palo Alto. We won't bring the FBI in to lecture us on hate speech and hate crimes when they've been engaged in it historically and continue to do that. And thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Kat Snyder. Welcome. Oh, excuse me, I skipped past Rebecca Eisenberg. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Kat Snyder. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And I've read Kat Snyder's letter, and I know that I hope it's not overstating to say that the three speakers here will share a lot of commonalities in terms of our values with regard to this proposed legislation and related issues. Anyway, I am so happy and proud to follow my mentor, Arb James, in speaking about issues of race and class and gender and how to engage in the extraordinarily long and difficult task of creating a more just world, especially in light of constant pressure to push us backwards, like Chief Justice Alito, a contradiction in terms, remarked about women's fundamental rights to control our own bodies. That said, this is related. And I think the point we all need to keep in mind, and I say this at so many meetings, and I say this so much in my life, is we should not trust the people who caused the problem to fix the problem. That is not a rational strategy. So, like Aram, I agree that bringing in any kind of crime fighting force is probably not going to be as effective as bringing in a community organization like the ACLU, of which Aram and I are proud members, and I'm sure many of us tonight are, such as the NAACP, which also we support, and such as the breadth of genius and education over at Stanford University, as well as, I believe, many more locally, many of the religious leaders at our local religious organizations are also very good at speaking about the need for equity. So that would be my request. We don't think we need the FBI. Listen to the soundtrack of Hair, like I often do. And maybe that'll influence you, although maybe I doubt it. I want to say quickly that I'm super grateful to City Attorney Molly Stump, and I'm so happy to say that I agree with her analysis. And see, I don't hold any personal, feelings about anyone. It really comes to the point, the strategy, the actions that we as a community are going to take in order to remedy this problem that we all agree exists. In that regard, an ordinance that goes after speech with criminal actions is, even if it weren't unconstitutional, it would be troubling because the response to speech is more speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Bob Moss here in the chamber. Mr. Moss? Oh, I'm sorry. It is getting late. I'm trying to jump ahead, I guess. Our next speaker is Kat Snyder, to be followed by our final speaker, Bob Moss in chambers. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So I already sent you a letter, as Rebecca alluded to, so I'm going to try and kind of just preface the letter a bit. I agree with the staff report's conclusion that a city ordinance against hate speech would be unconstitutional and ineffective, but I'd like to say, both because of the fact that the HRC is hoping for more marketing and more visibility around what to do about hate incidents and hate crimes, and because we're looking at, or the finance committee, not me, is looking at the budget for the next couple of days, and there's going to be added budget for the library, both for hours and for programming. I wanted to just make a point that I think that there's a great opportunity for the HRC and the library to work in partnership on these kinds of goals. One of the really easy wins, I think, is that the HRC has already made some programming, 100 conversations about race. It seems to me that that would be a great partnership, and that the library could do a lot of legwork there to get the programming out to a larger audience and have it happen more of the time. I also think that when people have experienced a hate incident or a hate crime, they don't necessarily know what to do. Should they talk to the HRC? Should they talk to city council? Should they talk to the FBI, the police? Should they be seeking mental health guidance, or just looking for members of the community to help them reaffirm themselves? I think that there ought to be kind of a one-stop shop, maybe at the library somewhere, kind of a display that gives you examples of things that you could do, like depending on what your incident looked like, and having someone who could walk you through that display and all of the different papers you might need to fill out based upon what you were interested in pursuing. Like, that could be a really great resource to have at the library. There's a couple more things I put in, and I'm not going to mention them, but I just want to say that I think that the library and the HRC would be a really good partnership for some of the issues that we're talking about in this item. And I hope that you'll keep that in mind when you look at the budget over the next few days. Thanks.
And now our final speaker, Bob Moss. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and council members. One of the issues we have is that hate crimes are grossly underreported, not just in Palo Alto, but all over. And so one of the first things we should be doing is encouraging people to report when they have a problem. Now, I know there's a site at the police station, but I think people would be more comfortable if there was a separate site, an email that people could just contact and report a hate crime. Secondly, you want to go out into the community, go to synagogues, churches, and community organizations, and encourage them to work with their communities to report hate crimes. Another thing we should be doing, and doing more actively, is informing the community in general that we have a problem and we have solutions which are available to them. For example, you might, once there's a website set up, you might want to put a notice in the utility bill. Now, as you probably are aware, we've had a number of hate crimes. Asians have been attacked and have been insulted. In the last few weeks, there have been a number of anti-Semitic literature dropped in people's doorsteps, and people have actually been physically assaulted. So we have a problem, and we shouldn't ignore it. We should accentuate problems and their solutions. Now, one of the solutions, obviously, is to get the police more actively involved. And I think that we should also be working with other government agencies, the county organizations, and the state. One of the things that the staff suggested is actually establishing a city ordinance which makes hate crimes a crime. I think that's a good idea, and I think if we have a similar ordinance at the state level and at the county level, it might discourage some of these events. And finally, I think it'd be a good idea if we have people from City Hall going around, whether it's council members or staff, but going around to the community and working with neighborhood associations and organizations. So yeah, the synagogues and churches and so on, to make this a real solution. Identify there's a problem and say we have a way of fixing it and work on fixing it.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council. We have a staff recommendation before us. And I think we have in the staff report some valuable clarifications to not only the council, but the community on the distinctions between constitutionally protected hate speech, which we may all find offensive and despicable, but is still protected speech, and where areas devolve into speech that can be criminal based upon its threats of violence and other matters, but that is already criminal under state law. So in that context, let's go ahead and see how we move forward. Vice Mayor Koo.
If it's not too early for motions, I'd like to make one.
Go right ahead.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation with also support for the hate crimes legislation, AB 1947 in the state legislature. I wanted to ask a question. Do we need to identify that council is not asking staff to develop the misdemeanor ordinance? Do we need to add that in?
It's not necessary for you to make that as part of a motion. No.
Okay, thank you. So that's all.
Council Member Stone.
I'll second the motion.
Great. Vice Mayor Koo, did you want to speak to your motion further?
No, I think that I believe that our constitution states very clearly that we do have a freedom, we have the right to speech. And, we really have to delineate where is the borderline of what is incident and what is crime, so that we don't infringe on somebody's right to speech. I do support that we do have more of to bring more community awareness, and I think the HRC is doing a great job at it. But also, the city in 2021 sponsored about 4 events where the chief, along with cooperating chiefs from neighboring cities, had provided community awareness. And that also included Deputy District Attorney Aaron West, who gave great feedback as well as guidance on how to file a crime, what is needed in order to file a complaint. So I think that we do have programs in place, and we can certainly do more of them in order to educate the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Vice Mayor Koo for making the motion and the Human Relations Commission for all the work they've done on this. I think two issues I want to address. First, on kind of the pure hate speech and the kind of the First Amendment issue. I do think that issue, I support this, and I do support not moving forward. I do think that issue, though, is more of a gray area than maybe we're kind of agreeing right off the bat. I mean, First Amendment does protect free speech, but like all constitutional rights, freedom of speech itself is not absolute. And the Supreme Court has found several incidents, several exceptions to that right. I mean, for example, threats, perjury, blackmail, incitement to lawless action, defamation, obscenity, threats, fighting words. That's just a few of those exceptions. And the Supreme Court has over the years has found that personally abusive epithets are not necessarily constitutionally protected free speech. They have delineated a 4-part test to determine whether free speech can rise to the level of fighting words. And that test is basically the utterance must constitute an extremely provocative personal insult. Words must have a direct tendency to cause immediate violent response by the average recipient. The words must be uttered face to face, and the utterance must be directed to an individual, not to a group. And so I definitely support the Assembly Bill 1947, and I do think California law, I think it's possible to be able to go a little further here. I mean, California law, sorry, where is it in my notes? California law, like Penal Code 422.6, provides that no person may be convicted of violating the penal code based upon speech alone, unless it's a threat and that person is capable of carrying out that threat. So I do think within kind of the confines of what the Supreme Court has laid out as far as that exception, I think there does seem to be room for that to grow. I mean, I think just for example, I think 2 recent incidents in Palo Alto, the Fuki Sushi incident, as well as the individual in downtown who was yelling homophobic slurs at a couple of people walking down the street. I mean, both those incidents to me seems like they reasonably fit within that 4-part test the Supreme Court delineated there. I mean, they were both incredibly provocative personal insults. They were, I think, to a reasonable person. I think we're fortunate, especially in Fuki Sushi, that was a person who was, I guess, was able to kind of keep her cool in that situation and not become so enraged that she would attack the aggressor. Those were both uttered face to face and to an individual, not to a group. So, again, I'm not proposing that we move forward with this because I do think ultimately staff's, where is it in the report? Staff does say at the end of attachment 12C that the existence of a municipal misdemeanor ordinance would likely have little impact on the prosecutor's case. So as they would likely utilize state law in order to prosecute potential hate crime incident. So ultimately, I'm not interested in utilizing staff time if they don't believe that we could craft a meaningful ordinance. I do think it opens us up to a constitutional lawsuit. I'm not saying that we would win on that. I just think it is more complex maybe than what some speakers have raised or simply kind of dismissing it. And then just on the FBI issue, I definitely hear concerns of members of the public inviting a group in that has had it has had a very troubling and at times racist past. But now I previously completed the FBI Citizens Academy several years ago. That academy, the whole purpose of it is to promote greater trust and connection between the community and the FBI. The FBI recently launched a new strategic initiative to combat hate crimes, and a part of that is including education on how local communities can combat hate crimes and work with law enforcement to be able to report those hate crimes. And I think that is exactly what the HRC is recommending, and what this motion will do is really going to limit the FBI's involvement in Palo Alto to simply be an educational force. And 2, I think having an organization like the FBI is going to spark interest and curiosity from the public, and likely mean that we're going to have more people come out to be able to learn from them. And and again, I just briefly to speak on, there's no doubt FBI has had that troubling past. I mean, the wiretapping of MLK, frequent persecution of members of the civil rights movement. I mean, that's a stain on the department that will never go away, and for good reason. But I just want to quote here from former FBI Director James Comey in a 2015 speech at Georgetown University, said, "Us in law enforcement must be honest enough to acknowledge that much of our history is not pretty. At many points in American history, law enforcement enforced the status quo, a status quo that was often brutally unfair to disfavored groups. We must talk about our history. It is a hard truth that lives on." So, yeah, I think Director Comey went on to say he has all new agents studying the FBI's interaction with MLK, even has them visit his memorial. So I do think, just as Director Comey said, they need to acknowledge their hard truths. I think we can accept that as well and recognize the FBI can be a helpful partner here moving forward, turning a new page, and helping educate the community in order to be able to address these hate crimes, which unfortunately continue to be a stain on not only Palo Alto, but the nation as well. So I support this motion moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Undeniable that hate incidents are an increasing concern for our community, particularly for our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. While I appreciate that, I have to say I was surprised to see the Policy and Services Committee recommend that we consider a misdemeanor ordinance on that, and I appreciate the work staff has done to modify that recommendation. Reviewing the police department's policies and procedures, I agree that they are thorough. And I know that the police department has done a fair amount of outreach, encouraging people to report any incidents, because I really think what we should be talking about here tonight is incidents as opposed to crimes. I think there's a fair amount of, structure already in place to prosecute hate crimes, but I don't think we're yet addressing hate incidents. I would like 2 questions answered by staff. What exactly is the FBI going to do if they come to Palo Alto?
Thank you for that question. We have Ms. Minka Vanderswag here, staff to the HRC, who can address that.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So the conversation with the FBI is still being developed. We are in the process of working with a representative from Anna Eshu's office to set up a meeting with the FBI, as Councilmember Stone said, to hear a little bit more about the community education program. 2 of our commissioners went to a briefing along with myself several months ago that the FBI gave with statistics, and they really were impressed with the level of information that they were tracking. And when they heard they had this community education program, they wanted to interface with them to see what this program was about and how it could be helpful in Palo Alto. In their work, they are also interested in, bringing other people into the conversation. So at this time, I can't say that this conversation, this community education won't, include the faith community, ACLU, or other groups that work on these issues in the community. So we are waiting to have that meeting scheduled with the FBI, and that'll be with several city staff members as well as representatives from the HRC. And that will begin a beginning of a process that, again, could involve many members of the public and many groups in the community.
Okay, thank you for that. I remain unconvinced that might be the right partner. I think I mentioned the Hollaback training when we had our most recent update. I found that super helpful in terms of how I might be able to support someone in the event that I am a bystander or a witness to a hate incident. So I would much rather see us focus our efforts on how to, in the same way the schools do, how do you become an upstander rather than focusing so much on reporting and data. Obviously, that's a necessary, but I don't think it's a sufficient thing to make any changes in this area. And then I'm sorry, I don't believe AB 1947 was referenced in the staff report. It's only in the presentation. Did I miss something?
Maybe I mixed my 2 reports of all the legislation coming to Policy and Services tomorrow. Give me 1 second.
Okay, well, that will be tomorrow. Could you please give us just a brief overview of AB 1947 before we agree to support it?
Yes, if you give me 1 moment.
233 and 234 as
I sorry, attachment C is attachment C the actual bill?
No, it's a summary.
It's a summary. So what is the bill? I guess it's. Okay, it's just requiring, sorry, that all local law enforcement agency use the state's definition of hate crime response policy, consider key. Does staff believe that there'd be a big change in the way that we define or respond to hate crimes?
Assistant Chief Bender is available to respond to that.
Good evening, Council. The answer is no, I don't believe there will be a big change. As you can see, and I think it was pointed out previously, our policy and Santa Clara County's policy is very robust. And in my brief conversations with Captain Reifschneider about AB 1947, it was in part put out to get other California law enforcement agencies who don't have existing policies or need to brush up on those policies, get a more uniform standard across the state. But we're very comfortable with what we have. And if there's any additional changes that need to be made, if and when this bill passes, we'll make those accordingly.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Bender. I guess the only thing I'd say is I wonder if the maker and seconder would remove the words FBI. I'm just not prepared at this time to identify who our partner should be.
We can support the HRC's work.
To bring resources to Palo Alto. Have a wider variety and not identify right away who we want to partner with.
That's fine.
I guess I'm on this issue. I mean, the HRC has already made that request, so we would be going back to say, do you really want to make that request? This seems
Well,
like it's already been.
I heard Ms. Vandersloot
answered.
say it's not super clear about what they would do. So I'm could certainly pursue. I'm not ready to commit to working with a partner yet on this without more information.
But that's an option, right?
It might be. It might be.
At the end.
How about we leave the FBI and other community resources
Or
other community resources?
that would be fine.
If that's okay with the maker.
So it's going to be FBI.
To bring
To bring the FBI
or
how about?
Does
That's fine
that
with
work
me.
for you?
Yeah.
Okay. And
All right.
Councilmember Foreman.
And or other.
Okay. And I don't see that, supporting AB 1947 will make a big difference to us, but it's possible it will make a difference to the other communities that Assistant Chief Bender mentioned.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So just wanted to thank staff for your guys' work on this. So on the policy and services, we asked you guys to take a look at this. We had a couple incidents that Councilmember Stone mentioned, and you guys did that. So thank you for that. And it's actually very comprehensive. So I appreciate it. And from this, I also had about 6 office hours on this topic. So I talked to lots and lots of people. And I think kind of given my discussions and given what staff said, it seems to make sense that this is the right direction. I have to agree with what Councilmember Stone said. It's the more I talk to people about freedom of speech, the more complex it is. It's actually a really complex topic, and I have a deeper appreciation for that. And so I do think it's actually quite gray. And it's unfortunate that there's not a direct way to deal with a couple of those incidents that we had in our city last year. But given the tools that we have, this seems like the best course of action. So I appreciate your guys' work on this, and I'll also be supporting this. Thank you.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I guess one of the questions that was asked by public speakers was, where do you report a hate crime? And I assume the answer is with the police. But have we considered making it easier to make those kinds of reports
Assistant Chief Bender, can you speak to the reporting process?
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to document those reports in a police report, whether it's a hate incident or hate crime, obviously. There's a couple different methods to report that. We can respond out to the person's location. Sometimes we talk to them over the phone. Sometimes they come down to the police station. We've had a lot of success with our online reporting. So we have offered a variety of different avenues in which people can report them that they feel comfortable with. But ultimately, if you wanted it documented in a police report, you're going to have some form of contact with the police. And I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, no, I think it does. I just thought, there's some interesting comments about maybe addressing the underreporting or the fear of reporting, and maybe that's an area the HRC could look into as well. I mean, it sounds like if you have online reporting, you've given a lot of options, but again, maybe that's a topic the HRC may want to look at. So that's it. Other than that, I fully support the motion.
I would just say to that point, council member, that the police department's goal is to remove any obstacles that would prohibit anyone from reporting either a hate incident or a hate crime. So anything we can do to partner with the HRC or other options, we'd be interested in hearing.
Great, thank you.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote on the motion.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. So that concludes item number 12. And our final item is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Du Bois, did you have something?
I just wanted to say, before Kristen walks out the door, it was an excellent Mayfet parade this weekend. I think all of us were there. It was really great to see coming back, see the community turn out. And then I also wanted to point out we designated a heritage tree tonight. I think it's the first time in my 8 years on council that we've added a new tree. So I wanted to say thank you to Enid Pearson for her beautiful redwood tree.
All right. And I just want to give an update from our most recent VTA board meeting. We had a very significant action, which was voting on a first phase of construction contract for the tunneling of the BART system to San Jose. As many of you may be aware, the anticipated costs were prior to a year ago were 6.9 billion, and then the federal government, the Federal Department of Transportation came forward with a commitment to pay 25% of the project, which was the good news part. But they anticipated, their estimate of the cost went up to 9.1 billion based upon a 65% probability. And at first, VTA was very skeptical that it would approach that upper end of the range. They thought it might exceed the 6.9 billion, which they did not have an identified funding source on, but they had some prospective ones. They have more recently revised their prospects to their estimates to say that it could go that high. They're attributing it more to significant construction inflationary costs than other costs. But there appear to be a variety of factors. In any event, Mayor Liccardo and two other San Jose-based board members proposed a what they described as an independent review of the alternatives and the risks of the project, The way this review was proposed, I did not think was fully independent, and I proposed an actual independent peer review committee, and that recommendation was accepted. So that's the next step in the process, but it's going to be moving forward in parallel with this first $265 million part of the construction project. So it's stay tuned. We have a lot of questions that are still unresolved, including if it's still determined that this is the best approach, where the funding, how the funding gap will be filled. So I'll keep you posted. And on that note, meeting's adjourned.